Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of April the 9th, 2024. As we begin this morning, I'm going to be calling on Commissioner Bonilla to introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation, we will ask Commissioner Bonilla to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And following the pledge, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeff Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing Water Conservation Month, Earth Day, Arbor Day, and National Small Business Week. There will also be a presentation of the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council as we will be recognizing the 2024 Veteran of the Year. So stand by for that. And we have a full agenda this morning, so we're going to go ahead and get started. With that, Commissioner Bonilla, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you. This morning, I have the privilege of introducing an exceptional individual whose lifelong commitment to faith, service, and transformative leadership has touched the lives of many. Reverend Tammy Fisher is the founder and CEO of Inside Out Jail Ministries and serves as assistant chaplain with Good News Global at the Orange County Jail. A native of Sebring, Florida, Chaplain Tammy's journey is marked by resilience and dedication. During the Cold War, she bravely served in the Air Force, becoming the second woman in the heavy aircraft maintenance field. As a B-52 aircraft mechanic and crew chief, she not only maintained planes, but also mentored and taught others, embodying the spirit of leadership and service. Tammy and her husband, Brian, both retired Master Sergeants, have been married for 43 years, and are proud parents and grandparents. Her academic achievements include a bachelor's degree in transformational church ministry and a master's degree in Christian counseling for addiction and substance use behaviors. She has been an ordained minister since 2009. For the past 2 decades, Chaplain Tammy has dedicated herself to jail ministries, witnessing firsthand the challenges faced by inmates upon re-entry into society. In response, she founded Inside Out Jail Ministries, ISO, in 2014, pioneering a faith-based re-entry program that equips individuals with the tools for a successful transition, regardless of their religious beliefs. This includes inside re-entry classes, transitional services, one-on-one mentoring, and language accessibility in English and Spanish, empowering individuals to rebuild their lives with purpose and dignity. Under Chaplain Tammy's leadership, ISO has seen remarkable growth and impact, with a 35% increase in transition and reentry services and 75% increase in reentry classes over the last year. Her work has not only transformed individual lives of thousands, but also strengthened families and enhanced community safety in Orange County for over a decade. Today, we honor Chaplain Tammy Fisher for her unwavering dedication, compassion, and vision for a more just and inclusive society. Please join me in expressing gratitude and welcoming Reverend Tammy Fisher as she leads us in invocation, inspiring us to continue serving our communities with empathy and purpose.
And Reverend Fisher, after the invocation, I'm going to come down and we'll take a photograph, so if you'll stand by.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bonilla. Thank you for the invitation for today's invocation. I'm truly humbled and honored. Mayor Demings, it's great to see you again. Commissioners, it's good morning. I think most of us would agree that we have had some incredible weather lately. No wonder folks are moving to this area. Maybe some of you took advantage this weekend of the wonderful weather we had and worked out in the gardens. I know several years ago I planted a little garden outside my window of my office home. And over the years, nature has sculptured it by the afternoon storms, the hurricanes, dry spells, cold snaps, and along with my not so green thumb, it looks very different today than when I first planted it. Some of the young flowers and the plants, unfortunately, didn't survive. and I actually removed the big old bougainvillea that was taking over everything in the garden. But the plants that survived have become more vibrant and as they've matured. I truly enjoy their beauty. And I'm almost positive that if no one removes them, they'll be there till Jesus comes back. In a weird way, the process of my little garden reminds me of how God affects our lives. Going through life's challenges changes us. We don't look the same way that we did a few years ago. But when we allow God to be our gardener, He sculptures us from the inside out so we can have a blossoming, vibrant life, and faith blooms, which gives us a willingness to serve and bring joy to others until the Lord returns and takes us home. I pray we never, never take for granted God's amazing desire to be our gardener that shapes, waters, and nourishes and sculptures each of us to grow into the beautiful life He planted. Let us pray. Father God, creator of heaven and of earth, thank you for your love that brings us here today. Although all of us in this room may be at different places in our spiritual journeys, you are there and know what we need to grow. Thank you in advance for your care and nourishment. Father, I lift up all who are here today at this meeting. They're here to discuss topics that will affect the people in this community. May they be united as they seek resolutions for the common good of the people. Give them wisdom as they make decisions, and I pray their decisions will glorify and honor you. Scripture says, too, that we should obey which you have established to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor and each of our commissioners as they serve on this council as the governing authority in this county. I pray you give them wisdom to address all the issues at hand. Give them a sense of the true needs and welfare of the people and how to best attend to them. Give them confidence in what is right and courage to pursue what is just. Help them be keen stewards of the resources available and how to best use them, or even how to multiply them. And give them ample time for discussion and then time for action. Above all, give them the ability to work together in harmony, even if there is disagreement. And lastly, Lord, I ask that you give each one of these community leaders, these servants, a space where they can enjoy personal peace and joy in their lives. Protect them and their loved ones. Keep them all safe. So God, again, we thank you in advance for what you are about to do. We invite you, Lord, to be the gardener, watering discussions and nourishing resolutions, recognizing your hand through these leaders that are sculpturing our community toward a safer and even more beautiful place than before. We love you, Lord, and it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bonilla, and thank you for the wonderful prayer. As the mayor mentioned, we do have 3 proclamations and a special recognition for this morning. The first proclamation is for Water Conservation Month. Water Conservation Month in the proclamation reads, whereas clean, safe, and sustainable water resources and supplies are vital to Orange County's economy, environment, and quality of life, and whereas in partnership with the state of Florida and the water management districts, Orange County continues to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas Orange County is dedicated to providing sustainable water not only during April, historically an arid month, but all year round, providing residents with the tools they need to use this precious resource wisely. And whereas Orange County continues to promote the use of smart irrigation technology that can control watering from a smartphone. And whereas all water users can make simple changes in their daily lives practices to conserve this precious resource and delay the need for alternative and more expensive sources of water. And whereas this year marks the 26th anniversary of the establishment of Water Conservation Month in Florida, whereby residents are encouraged to choose smart irrigation technologies, Florida-friendly landscaping, and high-efficiency appliances and devices for their home. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Water Conservation Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents and businesses to help protect our precious resource by practicing water-saving techniques every day to conserve water. Done and ordered this 9th day of April 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering a few brief comments is Yulia Seaman, Manager for Orange County Water Operations.
Good morning, Mayor, esteemed Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, County Attorney Newton, and members of the public. I am honored to be here today to celebrate the 26th year of Orange County Utilities has joined with other organizations during the month of April to promote water conservation and the importance of it. Orange County Utilities Water Conservation Team has an impressive calendar of events throughout the county. Here are a few highlights. On April 4th, we kicked off the annual Tour the Water Facts event at Orlando Science Center, where local middle school students learned the importance of water through interactive, hands-on activities led by our dedicated staff. On April 20th, our residents can tour the Pollinator Garden on the West Orange Trail in partnership with Grow Garden Society to see beautiful examples of Florida-friendly plants and gardening practices. And on April 25th, Orange County Utilities, in partnership with Orange County Public Schools, will celebrate the Water Conservation Calendar Art Contest winners. Last year, the event saw overwhelming participation, reflecting the growing awareness in our community. Additionally, I'm proud to announce that Orange County Utilities continues to lead by example in our region's water conservation efforts. Our recent achievement of Tier 4 for our water audit from the Florida Water Loss Program exemplifies our unwavering dedication to excellence in water management. Indeed, water conservation isn't just a month-long initiative. It's a year-long commitment essential for the future sustainability of our communities here in Central Florida. As we take this opportunity today to amplify public awareness, let us renew our pledge to utilize water efficiently and responsibly, ensuring a sustainable tomorrow for generations to come. And lastly, none of this would be possible without the continued efforts, passion, and dedication of our super talented team present here today, and that continues to find innovative ways to inspire our youth and provide conservation education for all Orange County residents. Thank you.
much over here.
Thank you, Yulia. Staying with that theme, our next proclamation is for Earth Day. Earth Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas we are celebrating our planet all month long with events designed to inspire action, foster education, and promote environmentally friendly practices, and whereby Orange County government is leading by example to conserve, protect, and enhance the government for future, current, and future generations. And whereas Orange County's Green Place program is expanding its efforts to protect key natural resources and offer nature-based recreation to residents, bolstered by amended administrative regulations and the creation of a 7-member advisory board. And whereas the Green Place program received the Executive Award of Regional Significance from the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for its commitment to land conservation. And whereas Orange County reaffirmed its commitment to protecting our tree canopy and urban forests by voting for tree protection ordinance changes, planting trees in county properties, and providing free trees to residents through the University of Florida's IFAS Extensions Adopt a Tree program. And whereas Orange County is proud to have been recognized as a Tree City USA community by the National Arbor Day Foundation for 17 consecutive years, and to have received an Outstanding Tree Ordinance Award from the Florida Urban Forestry Commission. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Monday, April 22nd, 2024, as Earth Day and Arbor Day in Orange County, Florida, and urge our community to come together in stewardship of our planet, embracing a commitment to sustainability and respect for nature. Done and ordered this 9th of April, 2024. Signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Renee Parker, manager of Orange County's Environmental Protection Division. Renee.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. It's a privilege for me to receive this Earth Day and Arbor Day proclamation, and I'm joined with my colleague, Kevin Kim, from the University of Florida IFAS Extension Agency. On behalf of hundreds of environmental and sustainability professionals working throughout the county and many divisions, it's quite an honor to receive this proclamation. Last year, staff at the Environmental Protection Division worked together to craft a vision statement to serve as our guiding light. We agreed on the following: healthy air, land, and water for a resilient, sustainable, and thriving Orange County. We hope that this vision resonates with everyone, our residents, visitors, businesses, and every sector of our vibrant community. It's clear that environmental conditions and quality of life are inseparable. This shared belief has the extraordinary power to bring us all together. I want to extend my sincere appreciation for your leadership and your support as we tackle challenges, explore new ideas, and strive for, as our vision says, a resilient, sustainable, and thriving Orange County. Thank you.
Should I get my spoon? Probably. Oh, they got there.
What has Denise Cochran for us today? Very nice, Denise. Very nice. Awesome. Simply awesome. Thank you. Our final proclamation today is for National Small Business Week. National Small Business Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas since 1963, the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week to recognize the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. And whereas Orange County proudly celebrates our small businesses and recognizes their positive contributions to our local economy and the goodwill they foster in the community. And whereas Orange County is committed to fostering a business climate where small businesses can thrive and succeed. And whereas there are more than 80,000 businesses in Orange County providing jobs to our residents and neighbors. And whereas Orange County is proud to partner with the Small Business Development Center and the National Entrepreneur Center to facilitate the establishment and expansion of small businesses right here in Orange County. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim April 28th through May 4th, 2024, as National Small Business Week in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to support our small businesses, the backbone of our community and the cornerstone of our communities. Now, in order, this 9th day of April, 2024, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Eunice Choi, Regional Director of Florida's Small Business Development Center at the University of Central Florida, and Belinda Kierkegaard, President of the National Entrepreneur Center. Please.
I am very honored to be here to recognize National Small Business Week, and I would like to share my sincere gratitude to the Board of Commissioners and Mayor Demings. And this is very meaningful, especially because one of the SBDC clients will be recognized during the National Small Business Week in Washington, D.C., because she was named as the State of Florida Small Business Person of the Year Award winner. So I sincerely appreciate your recognition. And as you may know, SBDC at UCF, we are here to help small businesses start, grow, and succeed by providing no-cost consulting services and also comprehensive educational seminars. And with the visionary Orange County leadership and continued support really further local economic development. So I'm honored to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller, and fellow members of the dais. I'm Belinda Ortiz-Kirkgard, your NEC President. I briefly want to thank you for the proclamation recognizing our small business community, but more importantly, I want to thank you for your annual support. In the United States, nearly 600,000 businesses close annually. The entrepreneur is left with an average personal debt of $87,000 when they do. Your investment in us helps us position businesses for success so they don't become a statistic. There are 19 partners in the NEC, and as the majority of them are here, I'd like to take a quick moment to briefly introduce them. In alphabetical order, Ascendus, the African American Chamber of Commerce, the Asian American Chamber of Commerce, the Florida High Tech Corridor, the Florida State Minority Supplier Diversity Council, Grow Florida, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, JMI, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Indian American Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Black MBAs, NABO, the Pride Chamber, Prospera, SBDC, whom you've just heard from, SCORE, the UCF Business Incubation System, the Veterans Entrepreneur Initiative, and our newest resource partner, the Women's Business Development Council. I also want to recognize the NEC's Executive Board Chairman, who's here with us, Mr. Dan Hilkin, who's the Market President for Seacoast Bank. And from the NEC team, we also have Roger Colon, who manages our trade office, Katie Cook, who runs BizLink Orange, and Lisa Busto, who's our Director of Events and Marketing. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the proclamation, and thank you for making entrepreneurship a priority in Orange County. Thank you.
And as the mayor said, there is one final recognition this morning before we move into the board meeting. Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council Veteran of the Year. For over a year and a half, the council worked to develop a program and select a Veteran of the Year. It has been a labor of love looking and searching for the correct person to honor with this wonderful award. It is to honor a veteran who has made significant contributions to Orange County veterans, military members, and their families. The Orange County Veterans Advisory Council's Veteran of the Year Committee received several nominations and had a very difficult task of selecting one veteran for their exceptional service and dedication to veterans and their continued willingness to serve in this, our local community. We are very excited to announce this year's Veteran of the Year. I will now turn the podium over to Mayor Jerry L. Demings for this recognition. Mayor?
All right, thank you, Dr. Williamson. It is my honor to present the first Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council Veteran of the Year Award to a very deserving person. Before I say a few words about this individual, I would like to ask the Veteran of the Year nominees to please stand and be recognized at this time. All of the nominees. Thank you all for your service. I would also like to recognize the Veteran of the Year Selection Board, which was chaired by retired Colonel Edwin Marrero. Unfortunately, Colonel Marrero had an accident this morning, a traffic crash, and could not be here. So we pray that all is well with Colonel Marrero. Also, we have Major Lorraine Holland, Ruben Gonzalez with the Camaraderie Foundation. And I want to acknowledge some of our federal partners and federal representatives. We have a representative here this morning from Congressman Darren Soto's office, Congressman Frost's office, and Senator Rubio's office. If those individuals who are present, if you all would stand. They're a little bashful this morning, huh? Okay. All right, and also Senator Scott's office. I've left one off. So, you want to stand at this time? This is our inaugural Veteran of the Year award, and I look forward to many more years of recognizing the brave veterans, the men and women who have served in our nation's armed forces. I'm proud to announce that the awardee today is, there's a drum roll here, I can hear it. Proud to announce Sergeant Frederick Robinson, veteran, United States Marine Corps. So let me share a few additional details about Fred Robinson. And by the way, the recipient was not aware until just then who the person would be. But Fred Robinson is a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and he is now the Orange County 2023 Veteran of the Year. Fred enlisted in the United States Marine Corps at 17 years of age during the Vietnam War. He served 4 years and was meritoriously promoted to NCO ranks of corporal and sergeant. He had a top secret clearance and received 2 meritorious promotions. Fred Robinson has been serving on the Orange County and the City of Orlando's Veterans Advisory Councils for more than a decade. He is also a member of the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs Council, the Heart of Florida United Way Mission United Council, current Vice President of the Command Sergeant Richard Hall, Jr., Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated, Central Florida Chapter, member of the VA Sunshine Healthcare Network Be Patients Experience Committee, and national partner to the 50th commemoration of Vietnam veterans. Fred is also the former Assistant Adjutant of the American Legion Department of Florida during the years 2015 through 17 and the Veterans Liaison for Vitas Healthcare. Fred has been instrumental in Orange County's Gold Star Mothers and Families Ceremony and the Vietnam War Veterans Penning Ceremony. His numerous awards include 2018 Orlando Business Journal Most Influential Veterans of Central Florida, 2021 Heart of Florida United Way Mission United Inaugural Game Changer Impact Maker Award, and Florida Department of Veterans Affairs Governor's Hall of Fame Class of 2021. Fred's motto is, "Veterans are my family, and their families are my family." So, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council, and the 1.5 million people who call Orange County home, it is my pleasure to present Frederick Robinson with Orange County's Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council Veteran of the Year 2023, awarded to Sergeant Frederick Robinson, U.S. Marine Corps, in recognition of your decades of unwavering service to Orange County veterans and their families and your dedicated leadership on the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council. Thank you for your service to our great nation and for continuing to serve our veterans. With that, I'm going to give him the opportunity to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I couldn't do this without the Veterans Council and the support of the veterans that I have in the community. Can all the nominees please stand again? I'm accepting this award for each and every one of you as well, because if it wasn't for you, it wouldn't be no me. And you are covering different areas of our veterans community in capacities where I can't. So with our collaboration, I appreciate each one of you and what you're doing for our community. We have a veterans operation outreach, Orange TV. We do an interview of different veterans organizations each month. It's on Orange and Vision TV, I believe, but you can find it on YouTube. The reason we have that is we debunk the myth. Bad information is worse than no information, so you're hearing it straight from the organizations. But what I would like to say is we want to continue to raise the bar. Central Florida, and let's put it like this, about 3 years ago, we were the number in the United States out of 100 polled. So each year we try to raise the bar. We have a target on our back, but the thing is, it's a good target, because the thing is, all the other veterans organizations are coming up to compete. So that makes better care for veterans and their families. I would also like to say I lost my youngest brother February 16th. I wish he was here to see it, but he is here to see it. And again, I want to thank everybody for your honoring our veterans in our community and continue to help our veterans in our community. We have 2 veterans organizations, Orlando and Orange County, and I'm going to end with my motto: veterans are my family and their families are my family. Thank you.
And stand by, Jared and crew. Why don't we have all of our nominees, if you wouldn't mind standing and jumping in the photograph, all of our nominees, why don't you come on up, please? And where's the selection committee? Are they here as well? Come on up, selection committee.
Can we do this one first?
Go ahead, this one first. And then selection committee. Selection committee, come on up. All right, thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Fred. Thank you.
All right, before we move forward, again, thank you to our veterans. Thank you to all of those who came today. We'll give them a moment. If you must leave, now would be a good time to leave. I do remind those who remain, please silence your electronic devices. And as we move forward for the balance of our commission meeting today, just as a reminder, we typically do not allow the making of noise and other things during the formal portion of our meeting. That includes clapping and other things. So with that, we're going to move to the public comment period of our meeting at this time. I'd like to invite comments from members of the public regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. There are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period of time. Also, this afternoon, there will be pending procurement and land use issues that will be discussed at that time rather than now. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. With that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 25 registered speakers this morning. All right, folks. Oh. I'm going to call your names in groups. When I do, please line up in the back wall. When you reach the podium, please start with your name and address for the record. First speaker today is going to be Charlie Pioli, followed by Larry Meredith, Cynthia Harris, and Nelson Betancourt. And the order called, you can approach the podium.
Who's the first?
Charlie Pioli, I believe, is not here. Larry Meredith.
Okay, Mr. Meredith, if you'll come forward.
Well, good morning, Mayor and the Commissioners. Christine, wherever you may be. Anyway, I don't know if what I'm about to say is really going to make a difference, but I wanted to bring it to the attention.
If you could start with your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please. Larry Meredith, 2713 Avalon Drive, Apopka, Florida. That's Lake Mendelin Estates. And what I'm about to say is something that bothers me quite a bit. I'm not angry about it. I'm just upset because of today's economy is in the tank. And the sidewalk situation that they want to implement in Lake Mendelin Estates, 67% of Lake Mendelin Estates says no. The reason we say that, and it's not going against safety issues and those kind of things that's on your mind, it's about the fact that we have very little foot traffic throughout the neighborhood. And because of today's economy the way it is, that money, which I'm sure is probably going to be in the millions, could be better spent in other areas of the community rather than putting sidewalks into a place where they're not needed. The second thing that I have an issue with is the state has decided that some time ago, which Christine has fought very hard about, and our Northwest community residents applaud her for that. She's been a real pit bull. But the bottom line is on the septic tank sewer issues and everything else, and the enormous expense to the residents after we have paid our taxes to the state for such things to happen, and now to be burdened with another $7,500 to me is ludicrous, and it's wrong. If the state wants to impose this, my feeling is due to the tax accumulation that they have, the reserves that are available And the fact that they have the extra funds to state to do it, they need to pay for it and not lay that on the residents. And that's my opinion. And there's a lot of our neighbors in Lake Mineral Estates that feel the same way. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meredith. We're going to move to the next speaker then.
And the last time I saw you, Mayor Demings, was at Rotary in Apopka.
Yes, sir.
You gave a good speech.
Thank you.
I'm the new sheriff in town.
All right. All right. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Cynthia Harris, 12 Channing Avenue, Orlando. Today, you all will be discussing the sales tax transportation initiative. After going to a couple of your transportation meetings, I'm still going to say no. And I hope that you do not have further discussion after today. The reason for my opinion on this is because it is a detrimental intrusion on the poor in our community. It's not accessible to the people on the west side, and the people that you're claiming to help, you're hurting each and every day. The buses are pretty much empty. They say not in service. Even when you look at the limo riding downtown, it's virtually empty. People in this room and people who are for the tax, they have cars. And they have cars for a reason, because this town is designed just for that, cars, not for public transit. People in the north, they love public transit because it was designed for their city. We have a hard time even getting to work. It takes 2 hours from the West Oaks Mall to ride the bus straight through to downtown. And that's ridiculous when it takes time away from your family, your friends, and your job. Riding the bus is a job. We have no access to Brightline. Even the governor just said he's going to veto transportation funding for that. I'd like to know exactly, specifically, how much funding goes to District 6 for public transportation since the last tax was not approved by the voters in this community. And furthermore, the insult is when you gave yourself a 25% raise. If you give yourself a raise and you don't put the money out, use that money for transportation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Harris. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Cayley Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Mr. Mayor, I think that the guiding principle or guiding philosophy should be that those who produce the riches of this county must have the right to decent transportation. I've been in this fight since Mel Martinez was the mayor of Orange County regarding having a dedicated source of funding for links. I said it in public. I say it again to you. Once you leave here, I would like for you to leave as a legacy a dedicated source of funding for links, because we must help the working people and the poor people in this community. The rich, the well-to-do, get whatever they want, whenever they want it. But when it comes to the working people in this community and the poor people in this community, we don't have time for them, it seems. So I would urge you, please, and I support this tax. I voted for the last one. But if we pass this one, I would like it to be for 1 cent, and I would like it to be for the dedicated source of funding for links. And one other item that I have is I have sent all of you the text to the U.S. House Bill H.R. 4052 to create the $5 trillion National Infrastructure Bank. You're all talking about not having enough money for infrastructure. I am asking you to please endorse this at the county level. The Florida Association of Counties has endorsed this, okay? In Gainesville has endorsed it. The Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization has endorsed it. Florida House and Senate has signed on to it. So I think this is something that you ought to be looking at as a potential. There are 31 congressmen that have already signed on to this at the federal level, and I would urge you to please endorse it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Betancourt. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next set of speakers, same process. Please line up at the back wall as you approach the podium. Start with your name and address for the record. We're going to start with Matthew Koszulski, followed by Valerie Anderson, Hannah Yamaguchi, and Kathleen Fitzgerald.
Hi, my name is Matthew Grholski. My zip code is 32789, and I'm a proud resident of District 5. I have had the great opportunity to be a part of the Sunrise Movement Orlando, a Gen Z organization dedicated towards fighting the climate crisis and fighting for mass transit here in Orlando. I've been at almost every single transit sales tax discussion in town hall, and almost every single room was full of people who raised their hands to say that traffic right now is a problem. Just implementing the transit sales tax won't fix the problem at its roots. Its roots are the dependency of the car culture that we currently have in Orlando. Abolition of parking mandates is something that we need. It's justice for the unhoused. It's justice for the low-income residents of Orange County. It's justice for the businesses that don't get the proper recognition they need, hindered by lack of accessibility due to parking garages and lots. It's environmental justice. And that environmental justice we're building up here in Orange County applies to saving Split Oak Forest. We need a more sustainable and walkable Orlando and Orange County, or else we might not have in Orlando by 2050. We need green spaces, not concrete jungles. We need forests, not roads. We put Governor DeSantis on notice, the notice that young people want a better Orlando, and we're here to tell you today the 407 deserves better. Put people over parking. If we don't, our people aren't first. And that's not the policy that we need here in Orange County. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hey, y'all. Valerie Anderson, 1750 Moss Court, Kissimmee, Florida. Speaking on Split Oak. So I look back at my records, and 2018 was the first time the land swap was presented to me by Clint Beatty of Tavistock. The only changes to the offer since 2018 have been to remove a water treatment plant in the Osceola County portion of Split Oak. At every single meeting that the land swap has been presented to any decision makers, be it this board, Osceola County, Central Florida Expressway Authority, Florida Communities Trust, or Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the land swap has been dangled as a carrot that is being offered for approval of the road of the Osceola Parkway extension through Split Oak Forest. So for this proposition to be offered as a, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, no strings attached offer is disingenuous. And to vote yes on this would be to move the project forward and implicit support of the Osceola Parkway extension through Split Oak Forest. So I hope you're not deceived by the tiny, tiny steps as it's being presented to you as a small environmentally beneficial step. It is not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Hannah Yamaguchi. I live in Orlando, Florida, 32835. Before you, we have a list of demands presented by the People Over Parking Coalition. With the Orange Code and the Transportation Sales Tax currently being drafted, the People Over Parking Coalition is joined by community members, and we are united in asking you to seriously consider the lack of mass transit, bicyclist, and pedestrian infrastructure in Orange County. From rising housing costs to traffic congestion, unbearable heat, and the destruction of local ecosystems, we are currently living the consequences of the car-dependent infrastructure that the Orange Code, as it stands, will maintain. We are asking for two things: for parking mandates to be eliminated from the Orange Code, and that a clear majority of funds from the transportation sales tax is allocated towards mass transit, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure. Wider roads won't work, and Orange County needs new and innovative solutions that will address our growing population, our housing crisis, our traffic crisis, and our climate crisis. Ending parking mandates is an investment in transit, affordable housing, local businesses, and our environment. We owe it to our community members to provide safe, reliable alternatives to transit. Through parking reform, we can legalize transit-oriented and walkable communities, with the county building ridership for any transit project. There's so much work to be done for a better Orange County that we all know is possible. We hope that the stories of our local community members can help conceptualize the need to bring our demands to life. And this can be the beginning of a very important conversation to address the dire need for public transit and walkable communities in Orange County. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Yamaguchi. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Mayor Demings, commissioners, staff. I'm Kathleen Fitzgerald, 518 Oxford Court, Orlando, Florida. I'm in District 3. On your agenda today, on the discussion agenda, Split Oak Forest is listed, but the specific concerns that you'll be addressing weren't. So I'm taking a shot in the dark at what I think might be on the table today. So if you will be discussing the possible transferring of land away from Orange County, that should be a moot point after your vote in February, when you agreed not to move forward to make that happen. And that was a supermajority of this board that agreed to that. So if you're discussing that, the only engagement that I can see would be for you to come up with a written statement that we are withdrawing our application to the FWC. I know that doing nothing was a decision, but it makes a stronger statement to put it in writing and say we are withdrawing it, and let's bring that to closure. If you don't put it in writing, I just have to know why. And I hope we will get an answer to that. I don't know why you would do anything less. If, on the other hand, if you're discussing the possibility of a land donation, then please remember that a donation is a gift. Gifts do not come with strings attached. And if you are choosing to accept the gift from the developers, then just be mindful of whether we have the resources to do the proper maintenance and care and development of the 900 acres or so. Also, if they are, again, promising money to maintain that land, remember to divide it out by the number of years that's going to cover to assure that that will be adequate for that resource. So thank you for your work, and thank you for continuing to protect Split Oak.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right. Next batch of speakers is going to begin with Gabrielle Milch, followed by Giancarlo Rodriguez, Cameron Green, and Bruce Kelly.
Good morning, Mayor,
Good
Commissioners. My name is Gabrielle Milch, and I live at 252 Coble Drive in Longwood, Florida, and I'm here today to talk to you about the St. Johns River and the importance. It's an American heritage river, and it was put on that list in 2002, and we're asking that from the St. Johns River Keeper that we be sure to have you all put it as a special basin and protect and adopt and watch out for flood and water quality impacts in the riparian habitats. More development, more people, more water consumption, more water quality issues. I think sometimes we go for good, and that's what the St. Johns River is looked at as. It's in good quality, and we would like it to be better. Also, it's responsible, and it's a part of smart growth and protection of the river floodplain and adequate protection for people in their housing or in work, from horizontal advancement of the water line instead of sea level rise, we could call it. I really hope that you all consider putting that into the comprehensive policy plan and your 2050 plan. And remember, the St. Johns River is a drinking source for many people as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez, and my zip code is 32825. So, yes, I'm Giancarlo, and I'm here with the People Over Parking Coalition with Sunrise Movement. And yes, today we are delivering our demands to the Orange County government to truly invest in public transportation by ending parking mandates and by making sure that the percentage of the transportation sales tax is a clear majority to non-single-use cars. Parking mandates are an extreme, cause many unintended consequences. It costs $5,000 to build a regular parking space, $25,000 per spot in a big parking garage. What ends up happening is smaller developers are unable to build, small businesses are burdened by this, and the only people who can build are those with the most money. And we see this in our affordable housing crisis. This is unacceptable, and with the transportation sales tax being a regressive tax, meaning that a higher percentage of it disproportionately impacts low-income earners and taxes a high percentage of their paycheck, we need an offset, and parking mandates are that offset. In Minneapolis, a city that eliminated parking mandates, they saw rent go down by $2,400 a month. And so if we are going to pass this transportation sales tax, we need to make sure that it's truly benefiting everyone and not just a few. In the Orange Code right now, the T6, so if y'all know the Orange Code, the T6, which is supposed to be the most urbanized and dense areas, has the strictest parking mandates currently, and that is unacceptable because we need to be building vertically, and by eliminating parking mandates, especially in areas close to the downtown core, that's how we can build vertically and not horizontally. That's how we don't have to build in places like Split Oak Forest and Shingle Creek. We can keep to our urban core, and we can stay a connected city. Right now, Orange County is going the path of Los Angeles, which is high traffic, high housing prices, and we in Sunrise Movement Orlando say no to that, and we hope that you will listen to our demands. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cameron Green. I'm from Kissimmee, Florida, so like, the reason I'm here to talk is because I'd like to comment on how the public transit in Orlando and Orange County affects the people in the greater Orlando area as well as just the citizens in Orlando. So the use of the Sunrail is a great step forward, and the problem is without reliable transit within the city, after you get out of the station, you're kind of stuck. There's no reliable buses to take, and you have an island where you can walk around the station, and there's no pedestrian-friendly places to go. So there's many times even where my friends and I and family would plan to go to take a trip in Orlando, and we would use the Sunrail, and however we would do it, we'd always consistently run into the issue of being in Orlando with no cars. So that's already its own issue. And there's many people like me in Kissimmee and the greater Orlando area who are willing to spend our money in Orlando. We want to come here. We want to spend our time here, but we can't because we're stuck deciding between dealing with traffic and being limited or being stuck on an island waiting for the Sunrail and hoping for a bus to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Kelly. I live in Midland Estates, 2704 Oak Drive, Apopka, Florida, 32703. I'm actually here to tell you thank you, not to complain. But you guys have done an excellent job, and it's been a hard 2 years getting sewer and water and sidewalks in our community. I've lived there for 47 years. I moved there when there was very few houses, dirt roads, and no one wanted to live there. And the only reason why I lived there was the only place I could afford to live at the time. It went from a house to a home. It's got paved streets throughout. Again, the county, again, we had to help pay for it. We're going to have to help pay for the sewer and water, $7,500. Yes, that's a lot of money. But it's also $65,000 or $65,000 less than I think is obligated by the grant per house. And there's over 400 houses in that neighborhood. I know it's going to take 2 years I'm going to really hate driving through the dirt and the dug up roads. And unfortunately, I own a Corvette, so if there's a bump in the road, I'm in trouble. But I do want to thank you for it. I mean, I've replaced 3 wells at $3,000 apiece. I've put in 2 drain fields. In other words, over $20,000. So I'll gladly pay for the water and the sewer. And every time the power goes out, my water goes out. And you don't miss water until that faucet don't come on. So I do want to say thank you very much. And to Christine Moore, Commissioner, she has done an excellent job, not just in our neighborhood, but in the whole county, putting in sidewalks and lights. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right. Next to the speakers is going to start with Rosa Navas, Sophia McKenzie, Kelly Semrad, and Kaikana Gentoli.
Good morning, Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Rosa Navas. I am in zip code 32824. So I have lived in Orlando basically my whole life. Me and my family, I grew up using the buses. Anytime that my mother had to go to an appointment or anything, my earliest memories are of sitting next to her on the 18 Links bus and feeling safe and at home among members of my community and knowing that my mom was going to get me where we needed to go. Our community wants public transit. These are members of our community. We hear things about half-empty buses, about no one on the sidewalks, but it's because we need that choice to take them. Because I still take the bus every day of my life now. To go to work, to go to school, I am taking 2 to 3 hours to get to where I need to go. And it gets even longer as I'm dealing with 2-hour-long wait times with no idea where the bus is, because we don't even have a bus tracker anymore. And I still see the same kinds of people. I see large families with mountain loads of stuff that they bring with them onto the bus. I see students just like me working on their homework. I see people in work uniforms on their way. And these are the people that I want to speak for today because they deserve respect. We deserve respect in our public transit. We deserve to have on-time buses. We deserve to know where they are. We deserve to have a developed infrastructure for how we go forward. And considering that this is an option that we want to take, we will have more people taking these options if they are better managed. If we consider that we just need respect. We just need to have that option. And when people decide if they want to go out for a day with their friends, how they're going to get to work. Even if you do prefer cars, there are days that you're going to be tired. There are days that you're going to want another option, and that's just going to be plain dangerous for you to get on the road. And people just don't have that other option now. So that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sophia, and I reside in 32826. I'm here with the People Over Parking Coalition, and I'm a proud member of Sunrise Orlando. I love this city. Orlando is my home, but the reality is it isn't easy to live here since I don't own a car. Here in Orlando, the car-centric culture has made transportation a privilege rather than a basic necessity. For Orlandoans, including myself, reliable, safe transportation means needing to own a car, and that means transportation presents a significant environmental impact and heavy financial burden, with average monthly car costs exceeding $800 not to mention the upfront expenses of a car. I speak from personal experience. After the 2008 housing crash, my family faced significant challenges. So as a teenager, when it came time for me to prepare for my future, I didn't have access to car convenience, which meant I missed out on opportunities, school programs, internships, and finding a job was a struggle. Because I was living in a popka where my only freedom of transportation was a 40-minute walk along dangerous roads to get to a bus stop, where an underfunded bus system meant the bus wasn't even likely to be there. Each missed opportunity meant missing chances at scholarship, savings, and financial aid, opportunities vital for students like myself. With rental prices skyrocketing in Orlando, the financial strain on individuals is only getting worse. My story here in Orlando isn't unique. In fact, it's relatively mild when compared to the cost burden on low-income parents, children crossing 6-lane roads to get to school, or individuals facing homelessness who lack a dependable means to commute to work. These are harsh realities of transportation equality in Orlando. So I urge you to consider our coalition's demands. And when you do consider them, don't just read them, but feel. Feel the daily struggles faced by Orlando residents who must choose between eating, paying rent, or affording transportation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Kelly Stemrett. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I am the Vice Chair of Save Orange County, as well as the Co-Chair of the District 5 Neighborhood Advisory Council. Today I'm here to talk about the sales tax initiative. I would like to request that if we're considering the sales tax, that it comes through with 4 conditions of other charter amendments that we would see on the ballot. First, I'd like to request that we reduce it from a penny sales tax to a ½ cent for transportation over the next 10 years, where the significant majority of that funding goes to mass transit, not road widening projects. Second, minimize parking mandates. Third, honor the voter-mandated constitutional amendment for Split Oak Forest. Fourth, establish what is looked at as the Trans-MAC Commission Amendment coming out of the CRC. Third, the CRC amendment of the rural boundary, where we guarantee that the growth and development is going towards the urban core, not the rural side of the county. Include the Wetlands Protection Amendment from the CRC, as well as the Financial Analysis Tool Amendment for charter amendments, for comprehensive land use amendments. These are the conditions of which would establish voters being able to trust that the funds that would be raised by the sales tax would be implemented into true projects that would benefit the quality of life of residents within Orange County. I'd also like to say that in Vision 2050 today, when you discuss it, there's an amendment to the correlation matrix tables where it represents in the rural service area neighborhoods that are entitled as suburban mixed neighborhood density dwelling of 10 units per 1 acre. That is the very definition of suburban sprawl and completely defeats the vision of 2050, as well as using transportation sales tax towards roads in the rural area where we don't need them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Kaikana Gentoli. My zip code is 32826. Widening roads further entrenches the county's residents in an expensive, unsafe, and unsustainable reliance on cars, which hinders community members who are unable to afford or safely operate a vehicle. Road widening results in more traffic, more space wasted with impermeable road and parking lot surfaces, and contributes to urban sprawl. Please support mass transit through more frequent stops, broader coverage, and safer bus-only lanes to ensure transit in Orange County becomes accessible and equitable for residents. I still have not been able to obtain and safely operate a car since I last spoke about Orlando's transit system before the County Commission nearly a year ago. My life has remained exactly the same, which has greatly restricted my life as a UCF student. Additionally, Lynx buses do not announce or display the names of each stop as they approach them, nor do they stop at each one, which makes riding them inaccessible to passengers with disabilities and those who do not know the area. I urge you to support the elimination of parking mandates from the Orange Code and allocate at least 60% of the transportation sales tax to be specifically dedicated to mass transit, as well as at least 10% of funding dedicated to bike infrastructure. I would like to add also that I took the bus here today from my home right outside of UCF, my apartment. I woke up at 5 to get here by now. It was a 1-hour bus ride, and I would not have been able to do it on my own. I would like to thank the people from Sunrise who came with me. I have a very difficult time reading maps and with my spatial awareness, and so I would really like to thank them for helping to make it a little more accessible for me, and I urge you all to implement some of the things that I've mentioned to make it more accessible for people who do not have my luxury. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next to the speaker is going to start with Nate Douglas, followed by Louis Paris, Gerald Loyola, and Emery Moosemeyer.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nate Douglas, and I live in the zip code 32817. So I want to start off with where I went to high school. And this would be a shout out to Commissioner Moore if she was here right now. But I went to high school at Apopka High School, and my mother at the time was a teacher at Union Park Middle School and also Valencia College East. It took about an hour to an hour and a half with traffic to pick me up from school, which is a really long time. And the thing is, that's the story of Orlandoans everywhere. So I want you to consider these statistics real quickly. Out of 35 metro areas analyzed just last year in March 2023, Orlando was 33rd in walkability. And then out of 100 municipal areas, or of the largest cities analyzed in America, Orlando ranked 5th when it came to commute times. So we have one of the highest commute times in the nation. And the thing is, this didn't just happen in a vacuum. This wasn't just something that happened quickly. It happened because of all the mandates we have when it comes to parking, along with little accessibility to public transit. So I think that the penny sales tax is a fantastic idea, but that's if it's used in the right way, and it comes with other type of code changes as well that will make it easier to implement. So first of all, as some of my colleagues from Sunrise have mentioned, there's 60% should be going toward public transit. It shouldn't be going toward the status quo and widening roads and building more roads. It should go toward public transit and bike lanes. And then also, I've spoken to many of you about, eliminating parking minimums. And the answer has been we need to expand public transit first. But here's the deal. Walk down downtown Orlando, and you see big parking spaces. Those parking spaces could have been used a long time ago to expand public transit, sidewalks, and bike lanes.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Louis Triplett Harris. I'm from 32904, Melbourne, Florida, Brevard County. I think they can make this thing a little bit lower, don't you?
You can stand straight up, and it'll pick up your voice. You can stand straight up. It'll pick up your voice.
Magical. Good morning, Mayor Demings and the board. Thank you so much. I am here with Sunrise Movement as well, so my demands are the same. It is the case here in the United States, in this business-driven world, that many things are determined by what the free market will bear. And I would be willing to argue that it should be up to the business owners, small and large, to decide exactly how much parking the market will bear. And in that regard, I too believe that Table 3-6.1 of the Orange County Code should be stricken from the code entirely. On the topic of public transportation versus individual cars, Mayor Demings, I would never compel anyone else to take the bus instead of their own vehicle, but freedom is a choice. And given the choice to take the bus or drive here, I decided to take the bus. I believe that the city has a chance to play one of the few non-zero-sum games where the benefits of those who wish to take public transportation and those who wish to take their individual vehicle can both be benefited by an increase in public transportation. If we focused up to 60% of the transportation sales tax on increasing mass transit, not only would those who wish to take the bus have the opportunity, but those who wish to drive their cars through and around the city would be able to enjoy a reduction in how many cars are on the road. Imagine it, if you can, for just a moment, driving here to work in downtown without having to worry about getting into an accident at every intersection on the way. It's a beautiful idea that could take place, and I believe it might one day yet. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Gerald. I am with the Sunrise Movement and the People Over Parking Coalition. My address is 4813 Coachman's Drive, 32812, and I'm a resident of District 3. I wanted to make my statement today regarding the need for further investment on transit if we are to implement something like the transportation sales tax and the need to remove car-centric policies in the mandates currently listed in the Orange Code. As Nate said, of the top 35 large metro areas in the U.S., Orlando is 33rd in walkability, which is embarrassing given we are supposed to be one of the top tourist destinations in the United States. As my colleagues have said, this is why people don't want to visit Orlando, the city, because they have no reliable way to visit the city itself. That is money that is lost going to big corporations that don't need it instead of the small businesses downtown that do. As a District 3 resident in Conway, I live like 3 or 4 miles away from downtown. If I want to go downtown, that's a 10, 15-minute walk to the bus stop, and then God forbid how long it takes the bus to get here. Or I can take an hour walk downtown, which I don't really want to do in this heat. So, as I was saying, in many other metro areas, it would be minutes away from downtown. And people like to move to downtown places so they don't need to use a car, which is something that can't be said for Orlando. We need to have public transit, and if we are to commit to having that public transit, we need to fully commit. No widening roads, no parking mandates, more pedestrian protections, and more spending on transit, not just 45%. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Emra. I'm zip code 32816, a District 5 resident. I'm a student organizer with the People Over Parking Coalition, and I'd like to share with you how I got here this morning as someone who can't afford a car in our car-dependent city. I left my apartment at 5:45 in the morning so that I could walk 15 minutes to the bus stop, wait for the bus to arrive, and ride Link 104 from UCF to Lake Eola for 63 minutes. That's over an hour for a 40-minute drive. Then I walk 10 minutes down here to this building, arriving at around about 7:30 for a press conference that wouldn't start setting up until 8. But if I took the next available bus, assuming everything was on time, I'd already show up late for the very press conference that I was helping organize. We need more efficient options for people that don't and or can't drive, whether it be because of affordability, disability, or other factors like just basic personal choice. Please end car dependency by removing Table 3611 and funding mass transit. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
All right, next batch of speakers, starting with Kevin Duarte, Eric Grimmer, and Lee Perry.
Hello, my name is Kevin Duarte. I live in 2624 Bayleaf Drive, 32837. Hello, I'm here today with the People Over Parking Coalition supporting our demands, but more importantly, I'm here as a resident of Orange County in District 1. For too long, I have grown up in ineffective neighborhood suburbs that not only force people to commute to work, but for necessities and services as well. There is no easy way to reach Orlando, let alone the plazas in Hunters Creek, where the supermarkets are, without having to take the highways or state roads where traffic is always bad. Yet these problems can be solved with the policy measures we have introduced to make the transportation tax and the orange codes better. By eliminating parking minimums and giving the county proper public transportation funding, you all will be opening the doors for people to live better lives. There is so much that can be done with these policies and so much to be gained from them, So please help us in getting these new changes passed, so that way we can make Orange County thrive, end the parking minimums, and start looking to transit solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Eric Grimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. As a chapter lead for Orlando YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard, we were loud and passionate supporters of the 2022 Transportation Initiative. But it failed, big time. And now we're back here again, much sooner than I thought we would be. I'd be lying if I claimed to have the same passionate support that I did in 2022, mostly because I have no idea what the proposal is. Is it the same 45% for roads, 45% for transit, and 10% for cities? Or is there a new idea? I think the events of the past 2 years have shown us that there's a public need and the people's desire to expand the revenue dedicated to public transit. Our traffic is certainly no better, despite new roads having been opened and new lanes added to existing ones. Our more robust transit investment is needed to more quickly provide the diversity of transportation options needed to truly solve traffic congestion. This enhanced allocation would be of universal benefit to the community, including those who would use the new public transit, but also those who prefer to drive, who would then have to compete with fewer cars on the roads. The opening of the Brightline connection from South Florida to the airport and its immediate success shows there is a market for train service in Florida. The public has been very receptive to the Sunshine Corridor proposal, especially the expansion of Sunrail, but this idea will require an investment of local dollars. But given the trouble Sunrail currently has in attracting riders and the possibility of connecting it to the airport, tourist destinations, and employment centers, as well as expanding its operating hours, it would be one of the best investments we could make in our future. Putting aside a future expansion of Sunrail, we are about to become responsible for operating and paying for its current version, and a greater allocation in public transit would ease the burden of this new responsibility. The destruction and devastation resulting from Hurricanes Ian and Nicole in 2022 demonstrate we cannot continue to pave over our green spaces for new lanes and roads. We must hastily transition from our current system that exacerbates climate change into one that is more sustainable. We impede that transition under an allocation formula that provides the same funding to roads and transit. This board knows I want to be a loud and passionate supporter for our next transportation sales tax. I need you to help me get there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. I am Lee Perry, a climate activist who lives at 2008 Carina Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32810. And I am here to talk about Split Oak Forest and the donated land that's being proposed and discussed today. Nothing's stopping you from donating the land. Any private landowner can donate land, and we can accept it and, put money into preserving it. That's not what this is. This is with contingencies upon deforesting critically sensitive habitat that takes hundreds of years to get to this point where it hosts so much biodiversity. And in return, we're going to get 900 plus acres of land that's going to be farmland that's filled with God knows what toxic chemicals, cow patties. It's going to take so much tax dollars to rehabilitate that land to even get it close to being the biodiverse habitat that Split Oak Forest is. It's not a fair trade. And quite frankly, it's going to just cost us more money in the long run. And quite frankly, I'm here begging us to uphold our charter, period. How can we trust that this donated land is going to stay in conservation if some of the most legally protected land is going to be used as a bargaining tool with this other donated land? It could be deforested even after we vote to solidify it in our Constitution. And quite frankly, these developers, we see the writing on the wall of what's happening with Shingle Creek. We see what's happening in the sprawl. They're not going to be left to clean up the damage from long-term costs and expenses from climate change, let alone the legal repercussions of how developers are going to be able to point at what we do to circumvent the protections on Split Oak for any other conservation fight that we have in the future statewide. This will set a legal precedent. Don't read Tavistock's fake website. It's not true. And just please uphold our charter. And lastly, if you're going to send staff to the FCT to fight and say that the toll road is a win for Orange County, please send them to the FWC meeting on May 1st to fight for us.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
All right. Just double checking, is Charlie Pioli or Tina Westfall in the room? All right. In that case, the last set of speakers is going to start with Marjorie Holt, followed by Lori Forrester and Jonathan Blount.
Okay.
Well, in that case, line up by the back wall and we'll get your name afterwards.
Ms. Holt?
Thank you. I'll go ahead. I have something to put on the scanner here. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Marge Holt, and I'm with the Sierra Club Central Florida Group. My home address is 8502 Avalon Avenue, Orlando, Florida, and I've lived there for 40-some years, seen a lot of changes. I have several topics today, one of which is intermeshed with the split-out donated lands. This is a map of the City of Orlando's annexation. Phase 2 is in this area here. The first reading of Phase 2 will be April 22nd and the second on May 13th. While the city is marching further southward, it appears that they're going to get those donated lands. So at this point, they're going to take them from Osceola County if Osceola accepts those. I encourage you to not accept those donated lands and abide by the amended charter, that upholds that protection. So there's quite a demise happening here. One could only hope that if the city does take this over, that the mass transit folks and transportation alternatives, that they have a strong public transportation component to it. My other item is the Vision 2050. I hope to attend the meeting tomorrow. It's a stakeholders meeting, and just encourage the county to incorporate heat mitigation within their plans. Shingle Creek, make sure we get that criteria and the conservation element, and it resonates throughout the comp plan. Advocating for the implementation of the St. Johns River Special Protection Area. And just make sure that the county is aware of our frontline and vulnerable communities with regard to sustainable development and resilient design. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
And you can have that. Thank you.
Greetings, Peter Murray, zip code 34761. I want to first say that I've lived in Orange County for 10 years. I am your biggest advocate. I love living here, and I'm a great admirer of the mayor. I'm very nervous. My question is, how the heck did you take a committed partner to this county and turn him into a federal whistleblower? How did you do that? I don't understand. I provided over 250 documents, evidence. I worked 27 months in the mayor's office after winning a federal procurement in 2021. December, this commission awarded my firm a 3-year contract with a much larger scope. January, we executed the contract on January 4th, and it was terminated on January 29th, after I warned Simone Babb again about her unprofessional and federally non-compliant behavior again and again. I was banned in writing from talking to the community or Orange County employees about my work, and no transition was suggested or denied. We had over 50 meetings. We met with the U.S. Treasury 2 times. We met with the Department of Commerce 4 times. I conducted 25 meetings between September and December with nonprofits and county agencies. I was fired without a single phone call or conversation, 25 days into a 3-year procurement. I warned them in writing and verbally. I had a second consultant warn them in writing. And yet, I offered new evidence to them just the other day. And you know what they did? They sent an email to the person who sent me the evidence that I sent them, the person I accused of perpetrating the crime, sent that person a note to say communicate to them. Intimidated them. They sent me that note. I have a lot more. I've sent so many documents. I don't know what to tell Orange County. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Lori Forster, 16050 Sand Hill Road. Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement Preservation District request. Our rural settlement is surrounded on the north and the east by the city of Winter Garden, and we need and deserve to receive this designation as it's important to maintain and protect the integrity of our rural settlement. On behalf of the entire rural settlement, I would like to thank Commissioner Wilson for putting this on the agenda, and we would certainly appreciate if you all would be supportive and move this designation request forward. And Mayor Demings, not to preempt your next agenda item on your next topic on the agenda item, I would like to congratulate Brian Sanders on his well-deserved promotion.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
And Lori, on your way out, if you can just get the formal card filled out. Mr. Blount, you were the last speaker.
It's unfortunate that the commissioners are now all in place for public comment. I find that to be very, very distasteful. My name is Jonathan Blount of 4238 Prince Hall Boulevard. And Victor Hugo once said, "There's nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come." And I want to congratulate the mayor and the administration on its forward thinking. I'm the originating founder of the world's largest magazine for black women, and I tell you that because it required innovative thinking in order for that to happen. And the Transportation Initiative is innovative thinking. And we really have no choice. Ray Charles could see it, and Stevie wouldn't have to wonder about it. I mean, we absolutely need in the future to be able to accommodate the widening public transportation. Secondly, I want to just mention the police contact de-escalation training. Yesterday, I was at Evans High School, and the United Foundation had a training for the young kids in their program. And last July, Derek Diaz was killed on Orange Avenue by a police officer, and he was exonerated because they said he made a furtive movement. He reached into his console. And what this training does is that it teaches kids what to do, what not to do, how to behave, how to respect the police, what their rights are, etc. And if Derek Diaz had had that training, he might be alive today. And according to Commissioner Scott, Congressman Frost appropriated $1 million in the Community Violence Intervention Fund. And according to Mayor Demings, we have something called the Citizen Safety Task Force and the Citizens Commission for Children, which would be funds. There are $2 million funds through which this could be drawn, and there's also the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. According to Stoner, the Sheriff's Office is resisting this training. Commissioner Scott says a bullet doesn't know the boundaries of county lines. I hope that we will embrace this initiative for our children. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. And do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, that was the last registered speaker.
Okay. To all of our members of the public who spoke today, thank you for your comments and your active participation in the governance of our community. With that, we're going to move forward to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county administrator at this time to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Staff has no changes to the consent agenda, so we present it to the board for consideration as submitted.
So moved, Uribe.
All right. I never asked for the motion. So, is there a motion for approval? Now, there's a motion, and there's a second, Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion does pass, and it is unanimous. With that action, someone mentioned Brian Sanders. She didn't want to preempt that, but with the action that the board took, we did appoint as the Transportation Planning Division Manager, Mr. Brian Sanders. Brian, thank you. Also, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our newly recruited Arts and Cultural Affairs Administrator, Ms. Vicki Landon. Ms. Landon, of course, our very own Terry Olson will be retiring soon. He will be working with Ms. Landon to ensure an orderly transition of that particular office, and we do appreciate the decades of service that Terry gave to our community. He's well known in the arts community, vociferous advocate for the arts. Even though he's retiring from the full-time employ with Orange County, I'm sure he will stay very active in the arts community. He has a wealth of knowledge, and thank you, Terry, for your service as well. You will certainly be missed, okay? All right, give Terry a round of applause if you don't mind. Thank you very much, Terry. All right, so with that, now we will move to the next item on our agenda, the discussion agenda. At this time, Commissioner Wilson is asked to present a commissioner's report regarding the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement Preservation District, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Wilson, and then we'll have the opportunity for engagement by members of the Board of County Commission. All right, with that, Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I know that he already left the room, but I wanted to say I love that Terry has called it rewirement, because I think we need a new term for retirement, and we all know he's still going to be in the community and advocating for the arts. So I love the rewirement idea, and I hope that piece of vocabulary catches on. All right, so this is going to be, I think, very brief from me, because it's a very straightforward agenda item, but it does require board direction and board approval. Rural settlements on both sides of the county have been a hot topic, and we know that there's a tremendous amount of development pressure. In the West, I think it's a little bit more intense because of potentially not just Orange County's comprehensive plan that's very close by within the sector plan, but also north of the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement with the city of Winter Garden. Now, we know that the densities and intensities of Horizon West are what they are, but with the city of Winter Garden's annexation potential at the end of our term joint planning tenure, which is coming up, I want to make sure that the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement has a preservation district in place. That would require them to be a participant in whatever any municipality may have in mind for their future. So with that, I would open it up. I know that the staff had some information to, I believe, share on preservation districts and what that means, and then I would ask for this board support in moving forward with an ordinance.
All right, so we're going to ask Mr. Alberto Vargas to come forward, one of our expert planners, and with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
There are three parts to this this brief presentation by staff, and I'll start with the background. Miles, this is. Back in 1992, November of that year, Orange County Charter was amended, more specifically to Section 505, to introduce this procedure, which is exclusive for annexation to those areas that were recognized by the board and the county in general to have some level of historical significance and a cohesive residential community feel, more specifically to those rural settlements. There is a section in the comprehensive plan as well under FLU 6.2 in the rural settlements goal of the comprehensive plan that identifies a policy where this particular mechanism is also part of the comprehensive plan in Orange County. You can see the list here of 5 specific rural settlements, starting with the first one in 1995 with Gotha, and then we have Selwood, Station, Selwood, and Tangerine. All 4 of them are under rural settlements, and the entire boundary, as you can see in this map, is of the boundary of those particular rural settlements. This is the first one with Gotha, Selwood Station, Selwood, and Tangerine. So again, rural preservation districts are defined here. And then consequently and subsequently, the same section in the charter was expanded to annexation pressures in other areas of the county, and this created the urban preservation districts. And those listed on the screen here with Dr. Phillips, Taft, and Pine Castles were also added to new preservation district in the urban type of environment due to annexation pressures to adjacent and abutting municipalities. And those are all identified here, Dr. Phillips, Taft, and Pine Castle. In terms of where this belongs and how it's codified in the Land Development Code, it's in Chapter 33, Article 9, where you can see pretty much the overall structure of the ordinance that would have to be created with all 6 different sections to an ordinance, identifying the name and of the district itself, the introductory recitals, the definitions that would define what the preservation district would be, the intent of that and the purpose of the creation of that preservation district, and then the boundaries themselves, as well as the procedure for voluntary annexation, which is the core of this particular ordinance. I'll just introduce this very quickly with the purpose and intent, just to give you a quick reference, and it is to provide the exclusive methodology or method for voluntary annexation in the district in very limited circumstances, and it is not the purpose and intent of the creation of a preservation district to regulate densities of developments, intensities of development within the areas, or any type of issuance of development permits. So that needs to be very clear, and it is very explicit in the article. The next one is the procedures, and I just wanted to highlight the very first created preservation district in the county, as you recall, in 1995, Gotha. This is the most robust, if you would, procedure that introduces that very first clause right there. There are 3 of them. 2 of them are pretty consistent, number 2 and number 3, but the very first one here identifies the fact that to voluntarily annex any properties located within the newly defined boundary of a preservation district, the Board of County Commissioners, you, would be conducting a majority vote of such annexation at an advertised public hearing. And that would be pertaining to the use of the land and pursuant to the requirements of Florida statutes. The next 2 parts of the procedure are pretty standard in all the other codified boundaries and definitions in the ordinance of the preservation districts, and that is after the vote of the Board of County Commissioners, the majority of the registered electors residing within the boundaries of the district must approve the annexation by a majority vote, and that vote, that's the last one, by the registered electors residing within the district shall be conducted within the Florida laws pertaining to annexation and to the Florida statutes. The last one segment of this introductory presentation just identifies the location of the boundary of the Lake Avalon rural settlements as depicted on the screen here. Very quickly, it is close to 3.5 square miles, or just over 2,200 acres. And it is surrounded by Winter Garden to the north and Horizon West to the south, more specifically the town center. And this is one of the most rural in density type of rural settlements that the county has. Predominantly, it has one dwelling unit per every 5 acres. About 80% of the entire boundary of that rural settlement is at that particular density, and it is also identified with its existing character of historic and cohesive rural character. So it is our candidate to be considered for the creation of this new boundary of the Preservation District. With that, I'm going to close my presentation. Mayor and Commissioners, here to answer any questions.
All right. Commissioner Uribe, you're recognized.
Alberto, thank you for the information. I do have a question. Knowing that, not exactly this, but I know that there was a protection done in Pine Castle way before I was even here, and it went to the voters. Would that happen for this community, or would it be something that we would do without the voters or the the people who live in that community to assure that this is what they want?
So, Commissioner, this would be the creation. You would give us direction to create the ordinance itself. It would go into a public hearing for the purpose of adoption of that particular ordinance, and we certainly would announce and move forward with a community meeting, if you would, to reinforce. But I'll leave that to the board to give us direction as to the next step for that.
Did you want to say something, Byron? Oh, okay. And then this interest, I know that Commissioner Wilson has brought it up, but has it been an interest that we at the county been receiving from the residents in that area also, the concern? Yeah? Yes, okay. And I kind of, maybe hindsight's 20/20, but if we would have done this over in Lake Nona, we'd be ahead of it than behind it now.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I just want to say that I know the pressures and everything that's going on in the CRC meetings, and when I saw this come up, I was like, wow, this is such a great idea, to help preserve that area. Did you come up with this? Or okay. Kudos to you, amazing. And like Commissioner Uribe just said, I wish we had thought about this in previous other rural settlements. And I'm just wondering if I'm willing to support this and consider doing this in the other rural settlements that are also, that might be annexed, that's seeing that possible pressure, so I'm all supportive of that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it okay if I respond?
All right. Yes.
I was going to say thank you so much, and I think, understanding that we've been in public hearings on a week for the last 6 to 8 months, and so just the pressure that they felt historically has continued to increase, and it does have a very distinct historic designation, and it does have very unique pressures, knowing that Lake County is directly on its backside. And Horizon West is to the south. So I appreciate the support. The next steps, from my understanding, is that an ordinance is created. We do have a public hearing. I speak with and about and for my residents out in Lake Avalon Rural Settlement all the time, and we'll be back out there even before, likely, the public hearing so that they can participate in that. And they're very grateful for your attention to this.
So I'll go to the county administrator and the county attorney. Sounds like the next step would be to have staff do its due diligence with researching and then perhaps drafting potential ordinance and then bringing it before the board. Unless we misunderstood some of what Mr. Vargas has said, either of you can opine.
I was going to say, excuse me. I was going to say that's correct, Mayor. And unless there are 4 objectors, we will move forward with the drafting of the ordinance.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, well, according to all of our policies and everything, in order to direct staff to go ahead and draft an ordinance, we should make a motion, because anything that's by consensus cannot happen. It's not guaranteed board, that's going to happen.
All I was telling you is what your board rule says, which is unless there are 4 objectors, it moves forward. So you can take a vote.
I would like to also sort of just be specific that, when we were discussing with the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement HOA leadership what they wanted to look like, they did want it to be similar to, if not identical to, the Gotha Rural Settlement as far as what the actual ordinance reflects. So if possible, if we can include going ahead and making a motion for that to be drafted, going forward with whatever the procedural requirements are, and that the recommendation be that it's in spirit, if not in language, similar to the Gotha Rural Settlement.
Second, Uribe.
All right, so we have, I just want to make sure for the clerk, are you clear what the motion is, or does it need to be restated? Okay, he's not clear. Okay, that was a little bit of kind of...
Okay, to make a motion to advance the ordinance creation language to come back for public hearing.
Second, Uribe.
Okay, now are you clear? Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous of those present. Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Scott were not present for that vote. And with that, then we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda, and this is a discussion agenda item. We're going to have our superstar, Ms. Beth Jackson, from EPD, come forward to present an issue regarding Split Oak Forest and the wildlife environmental area and the Osceola Parkway extension and some related issues. With that, Ms. Jackson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm going to provide a briefing on the Split Oak Forest Wildlife Environmental Area and the Osceola Parkway extension and the proposed donated lands. The presentation is going to cover an overview of the Split Oak Forest, a summary of relevant board actions, motions, and actions, an update on state and local agencies, a summary of the presentation, and then we're requesting board direction. So, as you're aware, Split Oak is 1,684 acres in size. 1,004 of those acres are located within Orange County, and we are the fee simple owner of those lands. The remaining 685 acres are located within Osceola County, and Osceola County is the fee simple owner of those lands. It was acquired in 1994, and there was a grant awarded by the Florida Communities Trust, and the total purchase price was $8,613,697. And the map depicts where Split Oak is located within the counties. So we've had several executed grants and interagency agreements. The grant award agreement between Orange and Osceola County and Florida Communities Trust. There was also an interagency management agreement approved by Orange County and Osceola County and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to manage Split Oak Forest for the counties. There are recorded conservation easements. Orange County dedicated a conservation easement to FWC for Split Oak Forest land located within Orange County. Osceola County also dedicated a conservation easement to Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission over Split Oak for lands located within Osceola County. So an overview of we're going to go to an overview of the proposed donated lands, approximately 1,550 acres located within both Orange and Osceola County. 968 acres are located within Orange County. 582 acres are located within Osceola County. The Central Florida Expressway has committed to providing $13 million to FWC to restore and manage the lands for a 30-year duration. $13 million divided by 1,550 equals $8,287 per acre. And those monies will be used by FWC for the management and restoration of the property, both habitat and hydrological restoration. I just want to point out on this slide there was a cut and paste is our friend until it's not. So this slide differs from the one that you were provided yesterday. So Orange County, again, 968 acres. There's 5 natural communities located within those 968 acres. Cypress Swamp, Mesic Flatwoods, Mesic Hammock, Wet Hammock, and mixed wetland hardwoods. Approximately 230 acres require habitat and hydrological restoration. And there are benefits to preserving lands, not just these 968 acres, but all lands, environmentally sensitive lands. This particular 968 acres is designated as a critical wildlife linkage for Ecological Greenways Network, and it has the highest priority. It provides water resource protection. It would provide a buffer from development. And for both Split Oak, Isle Pine, all of the lands that Orange County has preserved over the years. And it would also provide an opportunity for nature-based recreational opportunities. So here's a summary of some of the board actions. The board approved 5-2 a resolution 2019 M50 supporting CFX's preferred alternative for Parkway extension and the Osceola Parkway extension and an environmental study. The board approved 6-1 on November 28, 2023, that given the prior charter amendment vote of 2020, the board no longer supports the pending application before FWC and FCT. February 6th, there was a board work session on Split Oak Forest and the proposed donated lands, but there was no action taken at that time. There was some direction provided, though. Now I'm going to provide an update on the state and local agencies. Beginning with Florida Communities Trust. On April 20th, 2022, the Florida Communities Trust Governing Board approved the linear facilities determination with 7 conditions. The first 4 conditions are related to the donated lands. The counties have to advise FCT if they wish to accept title to the proposed 1,550 acres of donated lands. The counties must provide a survey, environmental site assessment, and title work for those donated lands. The counties must describe how the donated lands will be managed and by whom. And the counties must provide a revised management plan adjusted to account for the linear facility and incorporating the additional property into the Split Oak project. The remaining 7 conditions are really the responsibility of Osceola County. The county has to provide draft easements for the 60 and 100-acre parcel proposed for impacts from the Osceola Parkway extension. The Osceola County must provide documentation to the Florida Communities Trust that it satisfied its outstanding mortgage. At the time of the purchase of Split Oak, Osceola County did not have sufficient funding, so FCT lent them the money to help pay for the property. And the counties must obtain release of easements held by FWC and the South Florida Water Management District that are not consistent with the expansion of the Osceola Parkway extension. And that relates back to the conservation easement that I mentioned earlier. That conservation easement is between Osceola County and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and there are some other easements that were granted by Osceola County to South Florida Water Management District. So FCT updates on February the 2nd, 2024, EPD requested via an email that FCT confirm a conversation that was had between myself and Callie DeHaven, that an amended FCT grant award agreement is no longer required based on the FCT Governing Board action taken on April 20th, 2022. Their response was an amendment to the grant award agreement was part and parcel of the request the board at Florida Communities Trust considered. The agreement's amendment and recording is required per the linear facilities rule. Orange County, the second question asked was, the only conditions required for the final transfer of property are the 7 conditions approved by the Florida Communities Trust Governing Board on April 20th, 2022. Their response was yes, however, that would not negate complying with the other parts of the grant award agreement. And finally, in that email, we just wanted to advise them that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation staff have verbally indicated to Osceola County staff that an amended interagency agreement over the existing Split Oak Forest Wildlife Environmental Area is no longer required. Kindly confirm whether that will impact the final transfer of property once all 7 conditions approved by the FCT Governing Board are met. Their response was that the interagency agreement is a management agreement between the counties and FWC. Site management is a requirement of the grant award agreement, and the details of management and by whom were listed as the 3rd condition. Counties have to describe how the proposed addition of the 1,550 acres to the site would be managed and by whom. So again, on March 12th, 2024 and March 18th, Orange County contacted FCT staff to request that Orange County remain involved in any discussion regarding the Osceola Parkway extension and Split Oak Forest. They requested that we put that in writing, and we did so on March 27th, but in their voicemail they did indicate that they have not received any documentation from Osceola County compliant with the 7 conditions approved on April 20th, 22 at this moment. So on March 22nd, we emailed FCT asking for a written response on Orange County's responsibility in meeting the 7 conditions approved by the FCT Governing Board on April 20th, 2022, if the county does not accept the proposed donation lands. We received a response that they've acknowledged receipt of the email, but we have not received an email to date with any of the items addressed that we requested. So now I'm going to move on to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation updates. In the summer of 2023, FWC tentatively committed to managing the 1,550 acres in Osceola and Orange County. An agreement between Orange and Osceola counties is no longer needed. So we would need a interagency. What that clause means is that we would not have to enter into an agreement with Osceola County on who would manage those lands, since FWC agreed to manage the lands. December 5th, FWC Commission was provided a presentation on the Split Oak Forest Wildlife Environmental Area and Osceola Parkway Extension. The Commission voted 6-0 to direct FWC staff to continue discussions and negotiations with the counties on the release of the easements and provide explicit direction that the decision on the release of the conservation easements should be brought to a future FWC Commission meeting for final action. So we contacted again on March 12th and March 18th staff from Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to request that Orange County remain involved in any discussions regarding the Osceola Parkway extension and Split Oak Forest. Their response was that they indicated that the monthly meetings that were being held with Osceola County have been canceled at Osceola County's request. They also stated that the discussions involving the release of the conservation easement is being held at the upper management level of FWC. They stated that the commission will be hearing the release of the easement at their May 1st and 2nd, 2024 commission meeting. To date, a draft agenda has been posted indicating that they will hear this item on May 1st. However, the staff report has not been published. And so now on to the Osceola County updates. On February 9th, Osceola County informed Orange County staff that their participation in the meetings regarding Split Oak Forest and Osceola Parkway extension is no longer required. Osceola County will proceed with meeting the FCT Governing Board April 2022, 7 conditions of approval to move the Osceola Parkway extension project forward towards completion. If Osceola County satisfies all 7 FCT conditions, it is possible that the Osceola Parkway extension will proceed despite Orange County's opposition. And now I'm going to summarize the presentation. The FCT Governing Board approved the linear facilities determination request with 7 conditions. Orange County has contacted Florida Communities Trust regarding the grant award agreement and the county's responsibilities, as well as to request Orange County's continued involvement in the process. Orange County has contacted FWC to request that Orange County remain involved in any discussions regarding the Osceola Parkway extension and Split Oak Forest. And lastly, the Florida FWC Commission will hear Osceola County request to release 160 acres of a conservation easement at their May 1st and 2nd Commission meetings. Osceola County informed Orange County staff that their participation in the meetings regarding Split Oak Forest and Osceola Parkway extension is no longer required. Osceola County will proceed with meeting the FCT Governing Board April 2022, 7 conditions of approval to move the Osceola Parkway extension project forward towards completion. If Osceola County satisfies all 7 FCT conditions, it is possible that the Osceola Parkway extension will proceed despite Orange County's opposition. And lastly, board direction. Does the board want to accept or reject the title to the proposed 960 acres of donated land in Orange County? If the board wishes to accept title, direct staff to send a letter to all parties involved. The letter can be crafted to acknowledge the November 28, 2023 and February 6, 2024 board actions, yet express desire to accept ownership of the proposed donated lands. If the board does not wish to accept title to the donated lands, a nonprofit or other local government could accept title. And that's the end of my presentation, Mayor and Commissioners.
All right. There are questions or comments by the board. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
It's like a really horrible Groundhog's Day. I mean, it really is. And I'm sorry, I know this has taken up so much time and resource about something that really should have been done, decided, go around. This is public park space. It's investment by the taxpayers, go around. And to provide something that would continue to cost people. It's a fee-based service coming across public park space. I mean, just think about that. Toll road. I see John Weiss giving question mark. Look, it's toll road, right? So it's a toll road, and I think that a toll road is not exactly a public benefit. Anyway, so once again, the definition of donation, legal definition, is a voluntary transfer of property from a transferor or donor to a transferee, which is a donee, with no exchange of value, which is called consideration, on the part of the recipient. From my understanding, based on this entire timeline and how this has been teed up, unless there is consideration, which is Split Oak Forest, then we don't get the donated properties. Is that the case?
If the road does not get built, there was a contingency within the agreement between CFX and Tavistock that the donated lands would not be provided.
Why are we continuing to call this donated lands? And I am asking this to anybody who has had any engagement with any of the players on any sides, because by definition, If there is consideration involved, it is a transactional agreement, and that is not a donation. I would make a motion right this second to try to get those as donated lands, and I think it's a separate issue. We would love to take them. If there's a condition or consideration in contractual law, that means that we would have to define this a different way. So
I think that's a legal question, and Beth is not a lawyer, so we will have. I see, the assistant county, deputy county attorney coming forward.
Yes, Mayor. Before Ms. Holmes begins to speak, I think it's important to understand that we, Orange County, are not even a party to the agreement that pertains to these lands that have been discussed on several different occasions. It's an agreement between Tavistock and CFX and us and one other party.
Right. No, it sounds like a private transaction, which is why I'm asking.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And so I just think that's an important part with respect to all of this. And that agreement also specifies that we're not even a third-party beneficiary of the agreement that exists. And so I just wanted the board to have that information before Ms. Holmes responds to the question.
So as you will respond to that question, whether or not we would be a party to whatever agreements that would take place to transfer the land, if you can just touch on whether if that occurs without our involvement as kind of reviewed by the county attorney, subsequent to that occurring, this agreement between said parties, and there's an opportunity for the only way that we could ever accept this land is we would have to be part of an agreement. Is that correct? So as you kind of respond to that, just kind of talk about that.
Saved by the bell, maybe? So yes, just like Mr. Newton said, while your statements related to contracts are true in their individual parts, we have to understand the process here. So the current landowner has an agreement with CFX. So there's no contract issues related to Orange County because we're not a party to that contract. What has been set up by FCT is that they approved the linear facility when they met as a board to consider the application by Orange and Osceola County. And what they are asking now is who is going to own the land? Who is going to manage the land? How is the land going to be managed? As a part of that approval, similar to how Split Oak was created, there likely will be an agreement which then requires a deed to be conveyed to whoever is going to be the owners of those lands. So those are future decision points. It would be some sort of agreement, perhaps a deed, and it would be donated to Orange County through that process. But we're not a party to the agreement that donates the land to CFX.
And I'm sorry if I could finish because I had the floor, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that why this agenda item, it's being tied together, that we would need to somehow evaluate our overall positioning of Split Oak Forest and the Osceola Parkway extension if we were to ask specifically to be a party to the agreement to receive the donated lands. What I would like to say is that this could have been two separate agenda items because yes, we want the donated lands, and no, we cannot give up anything that our charter says we need to protect. So I just think that making sure that we're understanding clearly that it is a contingent acceptance if we direct staff to send a letter saying that we would accept. What are we putting at risk, and is it a violation of our charter if we do that without being very explicit that we still support our charter amendment and the decision to continue to protect Split Oak Forest?
Just want to be clear, we're not tying the two together. It was not the intent to in any way suggest that if the board wanted to take donation of this land that you would reverse your previous position that you're opposed to the Osceola Parkway Expressway. The intent here today was purely, simply, and only to bring to this board attention that this could move forward without the county's involvement at this date. And if it does move forward, and there is the open question of whether or not Orange County Board of County Commissioners want to control, manage, accept the donated the 968 acres. I know we've had this conversation. We just want to see if that's where the board would rather be, that if it proceeds, without in any way suggesting or communicating that the board has changed its position. We're not asking the board to change its position at all. And if their response is that in order the only way that you can receive that 968 acres is if this Board of County Commissioners were to change its previous position, we certainly would come back and communicate that to this board, that they are making connection. That would not be the position that we would be in. We would come back and report that. We just didn't want that window to pass without this board being able to at least tell us, direct us, that if we need to communicate to them that you all are interested in preserving that, we could send that communication and they still decide not to provide that land to Orange County. So that's why we were not asking the board to actually change its position with respect to opposition to Osceola Parkway extension.
Okay, and if I could just insert the desire to frame things together or separate, I don't think is the intention here. But remember that the framework was set by the approval by FCT, and so FCT approved the linear facilities with the conditions that are up on your screen. And as you see, the first three squarely ask questions related to the management and the condition and the title of the proposed 1,550 acres. Originally in 2019, that was a consideration for the board to approve their support of the application. What we need is clear direction on how to respond to FCT. We either respond in silence and perhaps Osceola County answers FCT and a course of action shakes out and we bring that back to you. What do we tell FCT? Because they have framed the 1,558 acres, 968 of it, which is in Orange County. They want a response.
I'm glad that you said the FCT piece of this puzzle, because I do think that it's a clear fallout from the FCT decision that was made post-charter amendment. So that was 2022, right, the FCT decision, because we had not at that point.
Although the FCT governing board met and decided on our application, the application for a linear facilities determination was applied for prior to the charter amendment passing.
Okay. And I think, and I understand
and so they had to take some time to evaluate it.
Right. But there was never, I think, any, I went to the FCT meeting. I was there with you all, maybe across the aisle, but there, regardless. And what their discussion was is that this decision goes back to the counties who entered into this agreement in the beginning. And so their direction at that point was for the counties to go back and work it out. But here the counties are looking at FCT's decision as the linchpin in working it out. So I think it's that chicken or egg thing where if FCT hadn't said, go ahead and modify, because the counties asked us to let you do that, that we wouldn't be here. And I think that FCT never heard from us loud and clear about the charter amendment and the way that this county made a decision very democratically to support the integrity of Split Oak Forest in its totality. And I don't know if it's too little too late to express that to FCT in what is moving forward, but I think that their decision to allow this modification was based in part on the idea that Orange County was in support of a modification, and that's just not the case.
The modification that FCT has framed this, also remember it's controlled by Florida Administrative Code. So, yes, there was a statement made to go back and the counties, at that time the counties, at the time of the application, the counties were on the same page. That has changed. The answer about the amendments and the way that the 1,550 acres has played in that determination of approving the linear facilities is what sets up this need. But the request for the modification, similar to FCT's response, is dictated by Florida Administrative Code.
Well, and I'm familiar with that, and I understand that this a use of a linear facility and a land swap, which would be two totally different voting
No, I
thresholds.
don't mean that. I mean, if approved, if a linear facility is approved.
Right.
Based on the way it was presented to FCT, the next steps are governed by Florida Administrative Code. I'm not speaking about the Florida Administrative Code that governs the application process.
So, and I know that this, I mean, I want to make sure I'm letting, we could talk about it all day, so I appreciate you all being patient with me. My position at this point would be that we restate whatever we need to so that any agency that's involved in what looks like a very complex transactional arrangement understands that we're supporting our charter and that we're supporting the protection of split oak forest in its totality, but that we are very much in a position to accept donated lands and can do a really good job with those donated lands. Second of all, I would say that if Osceola County does somehow end up purchasing this land in Orange County, we understand as a board that that's still Orange County lands. They're not seceding from Orange County, which means that our permitting requirements would still be in place, that our, hopefully, regulatory oversight wouldn't be impinged. And I want to just make sure that we're kind of looking at that in its larger sense, that if there is a purchaser, whether it's Osceola County or a private purchaser, it's still in Orange County, and we would still have the ability to regulate.
That was a statement.
Yeah, statement. Thank you. I know, I'm giving you the nod. Like, yep.
Okay. I have some thoughts here, but I'll hold it. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Beth, for the presentation, and these was good questions and so, but I only have one because I still need a response on this. You said that in March 12 and March 18, Orange County contacted FCT requesting that Orange County remain involved in any discussion. Then you receive a response that to request it in writing. Then EPDs mail it in March 27. No response?
None other than to include someone else on any future emails.
Okay, but then, well, in the summary, then it says that Osceola County informed that Orange County staff is not required in the meetings, no longer required. So where are we? Are we going to be part or are we not going to be part? Are we going to, if we are not in those meetings, what could happen?
So based on past discussions that the board has had, Osceola County felt as though even though the board clearly stated on February 6th that they wanted us to remain in the discussions, Osceola County felt, based on the conversation, that our participation was no longer required. So these meetings that we have been holding with them to discuss these 7 conditions are being held without us. And they're being held without us with FWC. And they have not recontacted FCT according to the voicemail that was left. Yet once all the documentation is put together that meets all those 7 conditions, basically they will reach out to the Florida Communities Trust staff. What the purpose of those emails was to say, we want to still be included. We're letting you know, FWC and FCT, that Orange County still wants to be included in any conversations that are had about Split Oak Forest and Osceola Parkway Extension.
So when they say Osceola County says that we are, we are no longer required to participate, does that mean that we out? Or even though we continue sending emails and, communicating with FCT and so, because now the council said we're not even part of the third party there, then all these things going on, like the mayor asked, so what are we doing?
I will just say this, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, that In the February 6th presentation that was provided to the board, we did inform the board that Osceola County has indicated that they would be willing to accept title to the 968 acres located within Orange County. They also indicated that in the future they may be willing to grant those lands back to Orange County, but they just felt as though in order to continue to move the process along, that they didn't feel as though our participation was needed anymore.
Yeah, and there's nothing we can do to force ourselves into the conversation. Okay, they know our position. I think everyone knows Orange County's position, and so because of that, they're taking the position, I believe, that it's futile to continue having a conversation with Orange County because they know your position, and unless we communicate back to them that our position has changed, there's no need for them to continue the conversation. That's what they're saying to us.
But my question also is, Mayor, is this land, these acres are in Orange County, the one in Orange County.
Yes,
Let's put that, it goes through for them, Osceola, whatever. And can they do whatever with those lands, even though they still have to come to Orange County? What will be that whole dynamic agreement there?
Well, let's just say the scenario is that Osceola County owns those 968 acres within Orange County. And they will enter into an agreement with FWC, similar to the interagency management agreement that we have now over Split Oak with FWC. They will need to enter into an agreement, interagency management agreement with FWC. Because we're not part of the conversations, I would assume that, we should never assume, I would think that one of the conditions FWC would want is to have a conservation easement granted to them over those proposed lands with, rights and restrictions placed in the document. However, and Osceola County will own those lands, and other municipalities have the right to own lands within other counties. That doesn't, if they decide to decide to release that easement, that for other reasons, they would still be required to go through Orange County's regulatory processes to develop the lands, if that's what a future proposal would be. But
so we don't want. Thank you.
So I guess pursuant to Commissioner Gomez's Cadera's question, to me it is clear that Osceola County wants this road construction project to proceed. Is that fair?
yes, that's a fair statement.
Okay.
It's part of their master plan. It's been part of their master plan for a long, long time.
Okay. And we know that the Expressway Authority wants the road to proceed. Is there any action that Orange County can take at this time that could stop the construction of this expressway extension? Okay, that's a question for the lawyers.
I'll leave it to Ms. Holmes, but I'll preface it by saying that I'm not aware of, and as you know, expressway authorities don't have to ask permission of the various jurisdictions that the road is going to go through as to whether or not they can construct the roadway or the facility or the expressway extension. So, and I'm not aware of, and there may be, instances where an expressway authority has, or I should say, a party opposing an expressway authority has been successful in stopping a road from being constructed. I'm just not aware of a situation like that. That doesn't mean that it can't be done, but
because I think factually, the road extension in question is wholly in Osceola County, correct?
Yeah.
So that's a fact. The Florida Community Trust and the FWC, through their various commissions, they are the decision makers at this time whether or not the construction project can proceed. Is that correct?
I don't know whether I would call them decision makers on the construction project.
Can it happen without their approval?
I think there's 7 conditions that need to be met. Can it happen without their approval? I'll defer to Ms. Holmes on that one.
Well, I think the process, so because the proposed impact occurs inside Split Oak, the way in which Split Oak was purchased, the management plan, the rules that govern it require the approval of the linear facilities by FCT. When FCT approved the linear facilities, they put conditions on it that we've discussed, and that involves other agencies. The Water Management District has conservation easements over the Osceola County portion that's impacted, and FWC is the manager, manages the land on behalf of Orange and Osceola County. So it is the decision by FCT that brings in the other agencies. Once that is done, that moves to the stage where then the construction of the road is as envisioned by Osceola and CFX takes shape. So there's...
I didn't hear our name in that process.
No.
Okay.
And I share Mr. Newton's statement that, the issue of what we can do has, we've been tracking this and bringing you updates along the way so that you are informed. Some of those decisions haven't happened yet, so they're not right. But currently, the opportunities for roads of this faction to be constructed could come through this process, or it can come through other processes that are available to the state to construct roads.
Okay. And I'm in agreement with, I believe what Commissioner Wilson was saying was that if our board finds itself in a position where we don't change what we've gone on the record saying, and we've gone on the record November 28th of 2023, I think we were really clear about our position, which is well known to them. But if for some reason we can't stop it, it doesn't appear, I haven't heard you say you have some way that we can stop it. If this moves forward, would we not be in a better position if we were able to own the land at some point in the future to make certain that the land, the 968 acres, would be preserved? Would we not be in a better position if we owned it as opposed to if this moves forward and Osceola owns it and there's some type of inference that they wouldn't use it, we're dealing with other easements, et cetera, et cetera. I think is the intent consistent with the charter, which kind of is at this point somewhat a moot issue, but still our voters gave us an indication of where they wanted us to be on their behalf. And given that, would we not be in a better position if at some point this goes forward without over our objection, which we've objected, and the land is there, would we not be in a better position if we own the land to ensure that in perpetuity that it doesn't get construction on, it gets preserved. It's in Orange County. It's perhaps arguably our regulatory authority, but given the state of Florida and all of its kind of preemptions and other things that can be unknown, if somehow in the immediate future this moves forward with FCT, FWC, Osceola's in support of it, everybody at this point is effectively cutting us out of this deal. And so to protect our taxpayers and the land, it was seen to me that we would want to put ourselves in a position that if it happens if we were able to articulate that if this happens without us changing our position and we have the opportunity to own the land, that we should be in that position, okay, to provide that extra comfort to our board, to our taxpayers, that the land would indeed be preserved. Anyway, that's my position on it. That's where I am with it. But Commissioner Scott.
Oh, I'm in the middle. Thank you, Mayor. For clarity for me, because there were some decisions that were made prior to my election. The charter amendment passed by the voters, is it retroactive? Jeff or?
No.
It is not retroactive?
No, it is not.
Okay. There are agreements entered into by Orange County, Osceola County, all the parties prior to the charter amendment, correct?
The resolution was passed in 2019.
No, but independent of the resolution, were there contractual agreements entered into by Orange County and any contractual agreements? No. Okay.
The grant award agreement, which was done in 1994, and the interagency management agreement.
With the withdrawal of our support, or resolution rather, does that have any impact on where the roadway will ultimately be constructed? Can it still be constructed through Split Oak, or would it have to deviate to a different path?
The PD&E has been approved by CFX for the location of the expressway, the Osceola Parkway extension. I'm just going to, I'll go back a little.
Okay.
This road was originally approved by the Osceola Expressway Authority, and that approval had the road going straight through the middle of Split Oak, coming out in alignment with Clap-Sims-Duda Road.
Correct.
There was a legislation passed that merged the Osceola Expressway Authority with Central Florida Expressway Authority and some of the other ones. I can't remember all the other counties. And that merger happened earlier than it was stated in the legislation, contingent upon that CFX would approve an alignment for the Osceola Parkway extension. And if they did not, it could revert back to the original one that was approved by the Osceola County Expressway Authority. So CFX inherited 4 projects from the Osceola Parkway Expressway Authority, one being the Osceola Parkway extension. They conducted feasibility studies on all 4 of those road projects. At the time, they deemed that Osceola Parkway extension and the Poinciana extension could support themselves. So they moved forward with reevaluating the alignment of the proposed Osceola Parkway extension. And that involved a lot of community input. Originally, they shoved it out of Orange County, but it was almost to the northern boundary. So we indicated, you need to move it a little further south. And then they moved the alignment, and it was impacting the scrub habitat that existed on that portion of split oak. And we said, no, that's a critical habitat. You need to continue to try to refine the alignment. And they refined the alignment to what it is today. They did evaluate an alignment that would totally bypass split oak, but they had the Lake AJ community expressed concerns about that, and I am not an engineer nor a lawyer, as the mayor said, that the total avoidance of split oak would perhaps not be a safe roadway, but I'm not an engineer.
No worries. These meetings with Osceola and Orange County, it was just us and Osceola? Were there any other parties in these meetings?
There was Osceola County's Central Florida Expressway Authority.
And you met once monthly, virtual, in person?
We were meeting previously maybe twice a month if they didn't get canceled, virtually.
And for what period of time? For a year, 2 years? How long did these monthly meetings?
They commenced after the Florida Communities Trust 2020.
Okay.
And then once we started the conversation with FWC, those meetings were monthly.
Okay. And so then when we withdrew our support, sometime shortly thereafter, based on Osceola's decision, there was no need to continue the meetings with Orange County.
Correct. That was
So in essence, we aren't in the room or even at the table.
correct.
And so if there are decisions that are made, we'll find out when the public finds out. We don't have any input or influence. I mean, we can have input, but not really necessarily any influence on the decision because we are not at the table or in the room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I had to vote on this, and I'm 100% in support of the voters. But I think that one thing that it's missed is that we are county commissioners, right? And we all have professions and things that we've done that predate our elections. And those inform our decisions to some degree. But when we sit here, we have to sit here with our county commissioner's hat on. And for me, the struggle is if, from a contractual legal basis, the charter amendment is not retroactive. And so if the voters say, hey, we don't want you, if we're on a train of sorts, we don't want you to have any more future trains from A to B. Well, there's already a train on the tracks. There were agreements that were entered into and decisions and discussions and work put in place based on Orange County support. Am I correct in that? People did certain things after we had our resolution of support, right? There were other things that happened, subsequent actions, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So when the county said they were going to support this roadway and the donated lands and everything that came with it, then other parties made decisions based on that, correct?
Yes. So after the resolution in 2019 was passed, we started working with Osceola County on the application for the linear facilities determination.
Could Osceola County or any of the other parties, depending on, let's say they get the land, there is a possibility based on the mayor's questioning and statements that they could make a decision that could have an indirect or direct impact on us without our input? Not trying to stump you, but I want clarity.
Can you repeat that again? I mean,
Sorry, no problem. So the question is, so let's say we don't accept the donated lands, right? Osceola takes title for the lands. Could they make decisions on that land that could have a direct or indirect impact on Orange County?
that's quite a hypothetical. So what I'm going to say is, if Osceola County is the fee simple owner of the lands, then they have the rights that a fee simple owner of the lands would have. The lands would still be inside Orange County, but to Mayor Demings' point, And I think Commissioner Wilson's point as well, the lands remain in Orange County and we have a regulatory authority over them. They would likely be conservation lands, but we would not have an ownership interest in those lands. If we were the owners of those lands, we would have both a regulatory and an ownership interest in those lands. So what Osceola County could do is unknown, but they would have the rights as owner of that land, likely with a conservation easement on it. And if in the future they decided to revisit that decision with state agencies, we would not have a seat at the table as an owner of those lands.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Scott, you got it.
I guess just a statement. Colleagues, there was decisions that made that predate my arrival, and I understand that there are certain nuances that, quite honestly, I may not understand fully. But what I think I do understand, and we all understand, is business and agreements. There were decisions that this board made, and after the board made these decisions, other parties made subsequent decisions, right, from a business standpoint. Then the voters said that, hey, this is what we want. We don't want you to do anything future. It is not retroactive, but there were already decisions made, and knowing how government works, it's a series of decisions. I would think it would make sense from a business standpoint to honor the commitments that we made that predate the charter amendment. Because if we're on the opposite end of this, we would want someone to honor the agreements with us. That's just the way I see it. And I'm not saying, we're right or they're wrong, but I'm just saying in terms of a process in business, the county made a resolution of support. Based on that resolution of support, other people made decisions. The voters then said, hey, look, we don't want you to make, as of this date, that's going forward. No new decisions, but this is all kind of connected. So that's the thing that I struggle with, is really just the timeline of the actions made prior to the charter amendment versus what we do forward. I think it makes sense that we should be in the room and at the table so that we can at least have a say-so and be in a position to have a say-so, as opposed to kind of just sitting on the sidelines hoping that nothing detrimental happens to Orange County. So that's just kind of my thoughts, and thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yes, thank you. Well, I disagree about the residents. I forget how much it was, 86% of the voters voted for this. And I don't think we should ignore the voters who put us in office just because a decision was made before they had the chance to vote on it. So it's about honoring the voters who put us here, regardless of when that decision was made, because they're the ones who we're representing. So business happens all the time, but, people change their minds all the time as well. And, I will go back to the resolution we had conditions on it too. It wasn't we're going to go ahead and do this. There was conditions on that as well. The FCT has conditions as well. And we haven't met all of these conditions. The way I see it, this is the way I interpret it. I mean, people can disagree, but FCT, they made a decision, but with conditions that had to be met. So it wasn't a full decision. It wasn't we're going to do this and that's the end all be all. There were conditions. The same with our resolution. There were conditions to it. And right now we're in a place where, so I was told that, Byron, you requested this, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's because the FWC is coming in on May 1st and May 2nd, and so staff needs some direction, like if they're asked at that time, what's going to happen with this land. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't request it. There were commissioners who asked me after the last discussion for greater clarification on just this portion of the donated lands, and then to kind of frame, we aren't asking the board, this is not a discussion about the board changing its position with respect to the parkway. This was simply and solely in response to requests for clarification. One, for an update, where are we on this matter, which is we've committed and we've been doing this. I think this is the second or third update. But two, there was a request from some of the commissioners to really focus in on just this one question of if this, again, not changing your position, but if this project may go forward, whether or not the board wants to communicate that if it goes forward over the county's objection, Orange County's objection, do you want us to notify them that Orange County wants ownership of this land? That's the real sole issue. I know there are a whole host of other matters that have come up in this discussion, but that is the singular question that we're really posing to you today.
Okay, well, I will say I am concerned about making a decision without seeing the staff report from FWC. And from what staff had told me, that's going to come out 2 weeks before they have their meeting, which is, no, so that's like next week, I believe. So May 1st is the meeting, so 2 weeks before then, they have to provide their staff report, which would give us more information. Yeah, so that is like next week. And so we do have another board meeting on the 23rd, which is after we get that staff report and before that meeting, which then we'll have more information to be able to make a better informed decision. But there's just, so, we're missing that information. Also, I want to say, I brought out this Kelly Cohan's bio because it really was insightful on some of the things that are going on in Orange County in response to Split Oak Forest, Tavistock, the annexations, like everything that's going on, which is related to this. And, so I learned a lot from just that. And we have, so Split Oak Forest, that road, they could go around it. I don't understand, why don't they just go around it? But they keep pushing for this. I just don't feel that, we have these agreements. If they move forward without us, they're going to be in violation of these agreements that we currently have. Now they're looking to annex into the city of Orlando all this property, including the 900 acres that we're talking about. So I don't understand why everyone keeps saying it's going to be in Orange County. Well, if the city of Orlando gets their annexation that they're asking for, it's not going to be in Orange County.
It's still Orange County.
It's going to be in the city of Orlando. So that's, I'm confused just as much as probably anybody else on what's going on. I have no clue what is going on with this annexation. I don't know what Tavistock is doing, what they're thinking. I don't know what the city of Orlando is thinking. I am completely confused about all of this. Why is Tavistock looking to annex property that these 900 acres into the city of Orlando if they want us to take it? That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. A lot of it doesn't make any sense. And so I feel like, when something doesn't make sense, there's something else going on that you just don't know that's in the background. And I feel like we're being tricked into a land swap because nothing's making sense. And when nothing makes sense, there's something going on, some trickery, and I just am completely confused about all this that's going on. And, like I said, Kelly Cohan's bio did bring up a lot of things that's making a little bit more sense, but I still am confused about, especially this annexation. I don't understand why they are looking to annex this 900 acres into the city of Orlando if they were looking for us to actually take it over and get title of it. It just seems like, to me, if looking at it, I would be like, they already gave up on us.
Commissioner, just a point of order real quick. Can you direct that question to her so maybe we can answer how, if this even impacts?
I don't know if she knows
someone
any
asked
of this either.
If the does the pending land
understand.
acquisition, if it moves forward, can someone answer that question, please? Will have an impact.
But we don't own the land now.
Okay. Okay.
That might happen after the annexation.
Hold on. Okay, we all can't talk at one time. Do you understand, I'll go back to the county attorney, do you understand maybe the question? Okay. The question is it's kind of all over the place, but do you understand the point that they're trying to make?
Yeah, I think Commissioner's trying to connect the dots.
And you can't, or at least I can't.
She hasn't been able to connect the dots, and in terms of the relationship of the second part of the annexation that the city of Orlando will be engaged in on, I believe it's April 22nd is when that southern portion is going to be annexed by the city. And that southern portion is the part that contains the 968 acres, which, as you know, is in Orange County. And so I don't know why, you know, they're doing that. I suspect that, you know, in some way, shape, or form, there's probably been discussions with Tavistock with respect to the property if Orange County does not own it, and that the city will annex it instead. And as I think many of us know, the city's environmental rules in many instances are not as stringent as the counties. And so that may be a part of it as well. I just don't know. But I can only speculate that may be one aspect of it all. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts.
Simply note, though, that, again, we're speculating if that were to occur, that it's in the city of Orlando. Understand, Orange County can still own land in the city of Orlando. So even if Orange County, if this board wants to accept that donation, and it is ultimately, or if it's eventually annexed, if it's in Orange County, if Orange County has possession of that, you still control what happens with that land.
Which goes back to my earlier point. We would be in a better position if we were not put in a position to retreat from any position that we have taken in opposition. But if the stars are aligning at this point where this deal is moving forward, that world is going to move forward, we're in a better position if we communicate to them in advance that it is our intent that if there's going to be land donated, it's hard to avoid that word, we're in a better position if we own it than if we don't own it. And that's, to me, not inconsistent with what the voters seemingly were trying to do with preserving the split oak with the charter amendment. Of course, a lot has happened since then. When the board initially took the action, I think it was a 5-2 vote, that predated the charter amendment. It came after the Charter Review Commission met for an extended period of time, and the Charter Review Commission advanced the issue to the ballot that at this point still is not something that is enforceable because of these subsequent developments that have occurred. So that's where we are today. We still need to make a decision. I think that I'm going to go back. I'm going to come back. I am talking now.
Had more questions.
Okay. I still think the central question is this question, okay, before this body today. That is the question before us. And I don't think that even with the staff report that may come out, listen, FCT, FWC, Osceola, they've already demonstrated where they are with this. There's not going to be anything in that staff report that's going to change, I think, the trajectory of this project at this point. Anyway, that's my opinion. All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Yes, so we were told that we were not needed. And then we had the emails confirming that that these agreements would need to be modified in order for this linear facility to go through. If they were to move ahead without us, and FWC moves ahead and they release the easements, FCT, creates new agreements, but they didn't get us to sign on to change and modify the agreements. What happens to those agreements that were not modified by us?
I don't think there's anything in any of those agreements that prohibits FWC or FTC from going out and entering into agreements with other parties, whether with or without us. And so those agreements would remain, but it may be that what they've done subsequent in terms of entering into agreements with other parties, depending upon what the subject matter is, may or may not be in conflict with the agreement that was initially entered into. So, it's kind of a difficult hypothetical to answer without knowing exactly, what has occurred.
Okay, well, I think we'll probably get there when we get there then. At this point, I am concerned. You say this has nothing to do with that, but the resolution, one of the conditions was based on this 900 acres. And then some of these conditions from FCT is conditional upon these 900 acres. So how does that affect these the resolution and these conditions?
Well, in accordance with the charter, the board was always going to be asked the question whether or not the acquisition or the donation of these 968 acres was going to, and I can't remember what the language is off the top of my head, but improve in a sense and assist in protecting split oak forest. That question was always going to have to be answered at some point in time. And so that's why that condition existed in the resolution.
Okay, so are we able to, I agree with, I don't know if that was a motion or not that I seconded, but I agree with accepting it as a donation with no strings attached, no conditions. I agree with that. There's very specific though, definitely no conditions, no strings attached. It's a donation.
Okay.
Well, was that an official motion that you made and I seconded?
We got other members of the board that need to speak. Commissioner Bonilla, in deference to your colleagues. All right. I'm going to go to Commissioner Uribe.
All right. Beth, thank you. So I want to get back to what we were asked. What I think that got moved around the last time was what the intent the board had done and what the question and action you were posing from us. Is that correct? Because this has nothing to do with what all of us voted on to let FWC know how we felt. This is very particular to the 968 acres, and that's it. Nothing else is being included in this decision today but our intent to accept those lands, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's if we decide that.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to heed back. So I think it's very important because the further along, and I was one of those that came to Byron because I was concerned that if the state sees that we can't figure out what we want and this county of Osceola is petitioning and saying, hey, we're happy to help to get this thing rolling, it puts us in a tough position. And yes, it is Orange County land. It's not like it's being annexed into Osceola. But ultimately, they could attempt to do whatever. It would be theirs to do. And essentially, we could be not allowed to be on that property if they wanted to. If they wanted to say, this is ours and we're controlling it, kind of like private property. They, as a government, would own it, correct? Okay.
It depends on if it's open for public access.
Okay.
But that would be a decision with FWC as well.
Okay.
Because they'll be the managers.
I know we have a session coming up on the annexation question, but it actually posed to us, Commissioner Moore and I, our light bulbs went off because if this could give us any kind of leverage, knowing that we own these acres that they're trying to annex, obviously every acre in Orange County is in Orange County. We get that, but we're talking about us actually owning this would be a different tale that we'll get into that further discussion. But my question to you is also that I want to point out is the standard that Orange County has, and we can, all of us in here can have gone to our charter review meetings, is that these charter individuals are attempting to level out this expectation of how we environmentally treat our land countywide, wherever we are. And this is a discussion we've had on here, that Orange County has the highest standard. The group of individuals who run EPD, yourself included, we expect high. We've all visited the conservation area and how beautiful and that's maintained and all of that information. I don't see, does the board want to accept or reject the title of the proposed 9? I don't see any comma with us saying we're going to vote or with us saying we're supporting. All I'm seeing is one statement, which is just the 968 acres. Is that correct?
We're asking the board for direction on whether they wish to accept title to the 968 acres.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why everybody keeps talking about strings attached. Byron, maybe you can alleviate, because this has nothing to do with the actual road. Taking these acres does not mean do this, don't do that. This is simply saying the land that was offered to us, we are going to assume the ownership of these lands.
And the intent would be on that little ibit here to make certain it's clear that the board is not changing its position as expressed on November 28, 2023. If in the course of this communication, FCT, FWC, some other party does communicate and say, well, if you want the 968 acres, then Orange County must change its position or state something different, or if there's something more to it, we will immediately come back to this board and say, hey, this is what was communicated to us. It's different from what if your intent today, if ultimately you direct us to go ahead and communicate the way it's written here, that changes your position of opposition, the position that you expressed on the 28th, we would come back and notify you of that.
Okay, and then again, Beth, I'm going to go back to something I wrote down when you spoke. Or I don't know if it's Beth or Byron, or you'd be one that would answer. But this is really they were offering this land contingent on the road being built. If there is no road that's built, there is no them giving us land. Is that accurate?
That agreement was between CFX and the landowners.
But is it contingent?
It did not involve Orange County. It's true there was that contingency in there.
So it is still
but
contingent.
The agreement is between CFX and the landowners.
Correct. We're not at the table.
And so they're going to transfer those lands to CFX, and then CFX, if it's the board's desire to accept title, would then enter into an agreement with Orange County to donate those lands.
Okay. We're currently, because we know that Osceola had said an intent, and now they've taken it back. Currently, who owns those lands right now? Two different people being shouted out here.
Don't quote me, but on the property appraiser, it's Central Florida Holdings, but I'd have to verify that for you.
Okay.
The agreement between CFX and the landowners was between Tavistock and Suburban Land Reserve.
So Desert Ranch.
Yes,
actually.
that's
Okay.
their development.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted a point of clarity, because I want to, like you said, Mayor, I want to land this plane. I think that whatever language makes everyone feel comfortable, that we're just talking about the land itself. Let's do it and move on, because I think ultimately that's all you need from us today. We're not discussing anything else besides acceptance of the 968 acres.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Just really quickly, point of clarification, because Commissioner Scott, I know coming in at this, it's been so protracted. I mean, it's been years and years, and I appreciate trying to parse the kind of pieces and parts. Way before the 2019, the board did put Split Oak Forest, when Orange County and Osceola County thought it was a good idea, into conservation in perpetuity. So the 2019, really the resolution then at the recommendation of the Central Florida Expressway Authority, saying that this was our preferred alignment, undid that decision. So, I just want to say that in that I understand the idea of trying to look at the charter amendment knowing when it came into the timeline. But the charter amendment, the good news is for us, is that it's clear that any decisions we make from here, looking forward, need to either be more protective or not at all. Going backwards is not something we can do, but we are prohibited from doing anything that would remove any of the protections that are in place. So any decisions we make, whether that is, if we decide to accept the 900 acres, which I think sounds like we're on agreement that that would be something that would be beneficial to our residents and falls into our mission is trying to get conservation done, it would have to be really clear that we weren't going to run afoul of our charter and the language that it specifically lays out, that any motion we make, anything that we do up here is not going to degrade the conservation and value of the land.
Okay, so at this point, we've had full deliberation. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to accept the first one with the addition that no strings attached, no conditions attached.
Okay. Okay. That's
So
very
it's
wide open.
as written there, as written in the first one, with the addition of stating,
Okay. I think what is here is where we need to be. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Today make a motion. There was no second.
Second,
Okay.
Wilson.
All right. There's a motion and a second now for no strings attached. Those are the words.
Well, as written there, adding no strings attached.
I'd like a little more nuance from our.
What I was going to say, Mayor, is you have the ability to either accept or not accept the donated land. So when it comes back to you, if it has anything, conditions attached to it that you don't agree to, then you just simply don't accept it.
So I motion to amend.
Second.
All right.
I motion to.
You can do a friendly amendment, or I accept the change to it, to the motion. Second,
okay.
you accept that?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I accept just
I made a
leave it as
motion
written
to
here.
amend. It was seconded, so I think
Yes.
the motion is with me now, right?
No, because there's an open motion already.
Okay.
There was an open motion, but I made a motion to amend that open motion, which was seconded.
Why are you trying to steal my motion?
However, there
understand
was.
Robert Rules of Order.
Okay. And just for let's do this. Let's do this. Let's make sure that there's clarity on what the original motion was. Commissioner Bonilla was continuing to talk and was, I think, after she heard some dialogue from Commissioner Wilson, she was modifying what she was saying. She was in the process of doing that. So I want to try to understand what she was saying. You have an opportunity now. The county attorney, I think, has clearly indicated that given the language that is here, I think what he was inferring, there's really no need to add anything else, because if they change the conditions and it has to come back, and then we can decide to accept the land or not. But to give staff the direction that they need to go forward, to communicate to the parties involved what our position is. This is the central issue that we're trying to get to today. I realize that it may sound imperfect and you want to add things to it, but to move this issue forward, Commissioner Wilson, is your motion central to what is here?
Yes.
Okay.
I was saying mine was a second, but as long as we can take a look at that letter.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that you simply say where it says yet express desire to accept ownership of the proposed donated lands with conditions, if any, that are acceptable to Orange County.
I think that is.
With conditions?
With conditions, if
So
any.
If any. So when we see it back.
So you'll see, it'll come back to you.
Okay. All right. So Commissioner Bonilla.
That amendment.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. For the clerk, do you understand where we are? No. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, This is
It's as written in the first
as
bullet
written in the first bullet.
with.
With
Well,
conditions.
what Jeff Newton said.
With conditions.
Where you have lands, it would be comma, with conditions, comma, if any, comma, that are acceptable to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. All right. Now you got it, Mr. Clerk. Okay. So he has the motion. I'll call the question. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes with all members of the board present for this vote. All right. So we have one other item that is on this morning's agenda, and that is a presentation regarding the transportation initiative. Again, this is for information. We're not requesting any specific action. Okay. Can we take just a brief recess until 12:30 and come back at 12:30? 12:30. We're going to recess. Come back at 12:30. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. We're back live with the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of April the 9th, 2024. We're at the point on our agenda where we're going to have a discussion by the county administration regarding the transportation sales tax. And we're going to start off with the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks. And with that, Mr. Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Good afternoon. I will come back and talk about oversight and accountability. Whitney Evers will review the legal documents and the approvals needed today, and then we'll conclude with next steps in summary. Just a quick reminder, as you recall, the mayor established these work sessions specifically for the purpose of engaging this board in a decision of whether or not to advance the referendum to the ballot in 2024. So these have been listening sessions. These have been designed to get your input and your thoughts, your ideas, with the intent of this board indicating if you have that interest and want to advance this item. And so as part of that, an important step is the April 23rd public hearing. If the board wants to conduct a public hearing, then we have to advertise the ordinance, and in doing so, it is important today that the board establish the rate and duration of the sales tax so that it can be included in the ordinance that has to be advertised. And obviously, you'll hear more about that later. And just a quick recap from the last work session on March 26th. We just captured various comments, feedback, discussions that the board, from the board during that day through that session. Those matters that did have specific follow-up for us will be covered today. You'll hear more on some of these areas that we'll dive into based upon that feedback or comments that the board made at that last work session. But most notably was that the board, the majority of the board, expressed a desire to continue the community dialogue, the community meetings, and expressed an interest to continue this discussion. Hence, we're back here today for work session number 3. And with that, I am going to give the podium to Carol Burkett to update you on community re-engagement. She will be followed by Luis Nueves-Reyes, and then Tiffany Homer Hawkins, and then Brett Blackadar.
Thank you, Byron. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller. It's my pleasure to be here to provide you an update on our community re-engagement efforts for transportation. To date, we have held 6 transportation community meetings, and during those meetings, about 200 comments were received from our residents, and we have placed those in 5 broad categories as I get into the presentation, but just to go over those, it was public transportation, pedestrian and bike safety, technology, traffic signals, and street lights, roads, and then other, which just for all other general comments. You should have in front of you an updated transportation community meeting recap. I've also sent that electronically, which you'll see all the comments. We can't list all those on the slides today, but you'll see all those comments. So as we get into the first one, we kicked off transportation community meetings in District 4 with Commissioner Gomez-Gordero holding her meeting on March 21st. We had approximately 45 residents attend that meeting in Avalon. And some of the comments, just to highlight a few, in public transportation, we heard from residents that wanted more awareness on public transportation safety, more reliable transit. We also heard on pedestrian and bike safety, better availability, and roads that were better for our bicyclists. And for technology and traffic, really focusing on that new technology and how that can better our transportation and transit system. Roads, we did hear from one resident who talked about Avalon Park and Colonial and the congestion on that road. And some of those other comments included, what does 1 cent cost per year, and what happens if we do nothing? As we move forward, District 3, Commissioner Uribe's Transportation Community Meeting was held on March 25th, and we had approximately 38 residents in attendance. That was at our IFAS Cooperative Extension Center. As you can see, several comments were provided by our residents, and just starting again with public transportation, residents said funds should be used for transit. Under bike and pedestrian safety, that one resident said they would support the sales tax increase if it would go to bicycle safety. Technology, again, advanced technology systems that could be used to better our transportation and transit, and then also heard from a resident about a traffic light need at Highway 50 and Fort Christmas. Under roads, we heard people say that we have to pay extra for tolls on our roads. And then another, under other comments, explain what happens if the tax doesn't pass, and wanted to see if a half-cent sales tax could be considered, since Orange County Public Schools has a tax going on the ballot. And then the next meeting was Mayor Deming's meeting that was held on March 27th. This transportation meeting was at Link Central Station. We had about 40 attendees. And some of the public input and comments we heard from public transportation and transit, talking about how transportation and planning are tied together, and that neighbors use mobility scooters as adults get older, and they need to have those options available. We also heard on the bike and pedestrian safety that they support a penny for pedestrian safety. And as you heard this morning about removing car culture and parking mandates from some of our residents that spoke during public comment. On the road section, we heard from residents said no more widening roads and that bike lanes were not well defined. And on the other section, just some of those general comments, more bike trails were needed and a dedicated funding source for transportation. On April 1st, Commissioner Wilson held her transportation community meeting at Windermere High School in their gymnasium with approximately 45 attendees. And some of those comments that we heard, public transportation need about 300 buses for our growing Orange County population. Pedestrian safety, a resident said that it was bad, and about 1 in 4 are impacted. We also heard about Horizon West. It was designed to walk and bike, but did not have street lights. On the technology side, traffic signals were not operating adequately in South Orange County. We also heard from residents about widening roads doesn't help. We need functional roads, and mentioned John Young Parkway and OBT turn lanes. And then on the other, we heard from a resident who said do not pass the sales tax, and another resident that said the meetings were too far away. It took them about 30 minutes to drive there. As we proceed, District 5 Transportation Community Meeting was held on April 2nd, and this was at our Orange County Goldenrod Recreation Center with about 21 attendees present. Under public transit, we heard transportation, we heard free transit based on income earnings, that young people need better access to bus transportation. Under pedestrian and bicycle safety, more pedestrian transit options. And under technology, traffic signals, and street lights, we heard that traffic lights at John Young Parkway are not in sync and need better light coordination at certain areas on Alafaya. From the road side, it said not feeling safe crossing the street, one resident commented, and widening roads were not a good solution. And then under those general comments, some good feedback. Thank you for listening. Can we discuss a floor for the tax to give our low-wage earners a break? And then on April 3rd, Commissioner Scott held his transportation community meeting, and this was at the Orange County Multicultural Center with about 25 attendees present. We received comments and input regarding, again, transportation. Buses need to come more often were some of the concerns we heard, more reliability, and cheaper transit options. We also heard under pedestrian safety and bicycle accelerated transportation safety plan, and wanted to know how those dollars were spent in District 6. Again, we heard about technology and how we could use that better, even to communicate about our meetings. And then other, from comments of tax as a burden and didn't want it on the ballot, to needing to expand our transportation options. So we have one more community transportation meeting scheduled in District 2, and this will be on April 18th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Wekiva High School Media Center. So we do have that on all of our, on the county webpage as well as on our social media sites. And a new option that we're looking at is proposing a transportation community webinar. As I mentioned, we heard a couple of residents talk about just not being able to get there. Could there be another option? So we're looking at April 22nd. We will get you that information by the end of the week so we can all promote that and hopefully get some good attendance where people can get online and give us their comments and feedback. So I want to spend the next few minutes providing you an update on the transportation survey. As of last night, we had 1,203 surveys, not quite to 12,000. And we had about 500 comments that were listed on the survey. And I just wanted to highlight, one of the first questions was, what are your current transportation challenges? And they could choose all that apply. Not surprising, 80% said traffic congestion. That was very similar to the last survey. Commute time, 37% weighed in on that, and 34% unsafe walking and or biking conditions. Hours of operation and frequency of sunrail, 33% talked about that, and then 30% said one of their challenges was the cost of commute. And as we know, that's purchase of a car, gas, or public transit. The next question I wanted to share with you is, what do you believe are the top priorities for improving transportation in Orange County? Again, to choose your top 5, building a mass transit system, very similar to what we heard in the previous survey data. More frequent survey and access, and that's 44% of our residents said that. 41% talked about increasing pedestrian safety. 40% right there following that was improving our traffic signal timing, and we did hear that at our community meetings. And then 36% said widening existing roads. And taking a little further look into our transportation, I wanted to share with you the question on how often do you use the Lynx bus service. About 14% use it occasionally, 79% have not used it. But if you are currently a user or would like to use it, which of the following would be important to you? Service connecting to Sunrail. We heard some of those comments at their community meetings. 38% said increasing access to more places. 36% weighed in saying convenient Lynx bus stops and routes, and 35% that increased frequency, and 34% service home from home to the airport. And the same question, just looking at our Sunrail system, how often do you use that on average? A little higher than Lynx, about 27% said occasionally, 57% that have not used it. But if you are a current user or would like to use the Sunrail system, which of the following things would be important to you? Evening and weekend service came in at 66%. Again, we heard comments at our community meetings in reference to that. 55% said increased frequency and access to more places. Service from home to airport was another one at 51%. That was something that residents would like to see. And the east-west route came in at 45%. And then 41% of respondents said longer service hours. These are some of the new questions. I just wanted to highlight a few of these that we asked this time. Is how important is the Citizens Oversight Committee's review of the transportation sales tax projects? And as you can see, 77% said important, very important on this question. With Brightline launching last year, we asked how have you ridden on the Brightline train to South Florida? And about 29% said they did. And then would you utilize Sunrail if it went directly to the airport/Brightline station? And as you can see, overwhelmingly 83% said that they would use that. So just as I conclude my portion of the presentation, a friendly reminder, if you have not taken the survey, we are asking for your comments, your suggestions. Please fill out that survey, 5 minutes of your time, and it gives us such valuable information that we can pass on to our transportation team. Again, ocfl.net/transportation. And you can also find the next community meeting, which is in District 2 on April 18th at 6 p.m. It's now my pleasure to turn the presentation over to Luis Nieves Ruiz with East Central Florida Regional Planning Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Controller. Before I start, I would like to thank Commissioners Uribe and Monilla for their service to the Planning Council. Again, my name is Luis Nieves Ruiz. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and I was the person responsible for doing the economic impact analysis. So why are we here? We're here right now because we are in a crux. Orange County is one of the most successful counties in the whole United States when it comes to economic development. Yay. With that additional economic development, though, there's going to come some burdens because people are going to be moving here. We're talking that about over 200,000 people, that's the net gain of residents we have every year. By 2040, we think it's almost going to be about $400,000. So what happens with that? When we have this conversation about whether we want sales tax or we don't want sales tax, one thing keep forgotten is that the status quo costs money too. The way we're doing things, it might be the way we have been doing it for 20 years, doesn't mean that they don't cost money. According to the Texas Transportation Institute, Orange County commuters spend about 61 hours stuck in traffic every year. I have this vantage point from my office because I get to see I-4 every day. And I play these games like how is I-4 doing between 2 and 6 p.m. And it's really interesting because it always gets clocked exactly where they need to actually get the East and West Expressway. These are commuters going to District 1, District 4, District 5. And we just spent $2.6 billion expanding the road. So when it comes, this congestion is going to keep increasing our transportation costs. Right now, the typical Orange County household is spending 24% of their budget on transportation. It's terrible, but you know, the actual amount is between 16 and 18% should be actually status quo. As congestion gets higher, we're going to be spending much more of our money in transportation. That's money that could be used to support local businesses, go to restaurants, go to the movies. So certainly it's going to be very limited. But the residents that get most affected are low-income earners. And I heard the whole thing that the sales tax can be regressive, and that's understandable. But when we don't really talk about it, what is the cost of not having a good transportation system is costing our low-income residents. There was a study released during COVID. It's an app called transientapp.com, where they actually were kind of like doing a census of who was. It was those essential workers. You have them here. It's food preparation, maintenance, healthcare support, practitioners, and sales. So we used some data to try to correlate how did that workforce actually look in Orange County. And what we found, two things. One, it's heavily female, and it's heavily led by people of color. In Orange County alone, not counting DIMPAR workers, which were not part of the regional experiment, 30% of the county's workforce is within these age groups, within this group. So what we're telling these people is one or two things. You either take a bus or you take transit that may be inefficient, or you actually spend like a lot of our 24% of your budget or more paying for a car. I myself have rarely used my car. I just spent $1,500 trying to like do a fix. And I'm like upper income and it's still doing a whole of my budget. So what does having an ineffective transit system do to our population? It does a lot. So what we try to do two things how we're going to measure that. We did what is the first scenario is what is called a do-nothing scenario. The idea here is that we decide that we are not going to take this forward, or residents decide that we are not going to vote for this. So what happens here is that we think there are going to be decreases in productivity because workers will have a much harder time to get where they need to go. We're also going to have to see increases in the amount of money that people spend on transportation because of that decision. So that and a couple more things, what we did is what we found out that about and again, it's not that you're going to lose 13,000 jobs every year. This is an average. Is that when you look at what is the forecast, we have a forecast that goes up to 2060. We are going to be creating 13,000 jobs less than what the forecast had for those previous 20 years. But what you see when we actually do, whether we do the half-penny sales tax, the penny sales tax, we actually see both an increase in jobs. We're talking between 4,600 and 7,600 positions, 4 billion extra in sales, and 1 billion in personal income if you do penny sales tax. And the new investment in infrastructure actually is going to add to the county's gross domestic product annually. And let me explain something. When people see this type of tools, they think that, well, if you do a half-penny sales tax and you do a penny sales tax, the difference should be double. That's not how it works. How these models work is that there are actually equations that at some point the Orange County economist is going to say, this is how much I'm going to be able to produce before sending money to other parts of the region. So that's why you don't have the 4,698 did not become like 8,200 jobs for the penny sales tax. But you see that whether you decide to have penny sales tax or a penny sales tax, you are going to see positive economic outcomes. And again, it's very important that understanding that not doing anything is actually going to bring some costs, and those costs are going to be increasing, and doing something will actually may be able to create some new economic activity. This is the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm going to be available here for a couple of minutes, so you let me know.
Luis, when you said doing nothing could result in 13,281 fewer jobs than projected, that is jobs projected, is that an annual figure or that?
Everything that I show you here are averages for the next 20, 30 years, yes.
So that would be 13,000 fewer jobs over 20 years.
Yeah, and the assumption here was that because there are two things that are happening here. One, we decrease the amount of productivity in our workers just because that's the best way to measure this type of tax. Like if you're not able, last time we did this, we had some really interesting models saying how long it took people to get to certain places. I really loved the story a couple of years ago that they had about the lady who spent 7 hours on the bus to be able to get to her job. Like, I worked for 7 hours myself, so I couldn't see myself 7 hours just trying to get somewhere. The value of time for these people is very important too. Yeah, we see this sales tax as dollars and cents, but the reality is we're also talking about the opportunity cost we're providing people. You don't have to take transit if you don't want it, but I'm giving you the option to take transit, and for some people like me, it's going to work. I take Sunrail every day, leads me right straight in front of the building, and I just walk like 5 minutes. That's a privilege that I have, and that's a privilege that I will have love for other residents from District 1, 2, 4, 5 to have, because that's I'm able to do so many things with my time, and we need to take that into account when we're evaluating whether we're going to send this to vote or not.
Okay, thanks. We're going to get through all the presentations, and then we'll come back to the Q&A. Okay. All right, next.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. Tiffany Homler-Hawkins with Links. And I will be doing the transit portion of the project needs and cost estimates. We hear you, we have heard you. What we have heard over the last several weeks is what we hear at our own public meetings, whether it's for a service change, a corridor project, or even bus shelters or transit centers, is that we need more frequent service on both bus and Sunrail, a Sunrail connection to OIA, as well as some type of rail extension from OIA to the convention center, and then on to the west towards Tampa. And that'll be supported by those improvements with new regional express routes to major destinations. And again, all of these routes and introduction of new services will require bus stops and infrastructure improvements for those routes. So this map is a graphic representation of what those improvements would look like and how they are all connected to each other. This map has been shown previously not only with the Orange County transit plan, but throughout our region with our 2 other counties that we do serve. A couple of it's hard to kind of show what the bus frequency would look like, but you all have seen our bus frequency triangle in previous presentations, where 50% of the bus routes in Orange County are currently at 60-minute headways or more, headways frequency. We literally flip that triangle on its head and change that to almost 50% of the bus routes will go to 15-minute frequency or less if these improvements are made. I would be remiss in acknowledging that with the introduction of these services, we will also be providing paratransit enhancements for these routes. And these services are for our most vulnerable in our community, that they provide medical lifelines, job training opportunities, and education. Next, I'll go through some of the specifics of what is in the plan on for some of these major investments. You heard Carol talk about it. One of the most frequent criticisms of Sunrail is that it doesn't run nearly enough on nights and weekends, or more often in peak service during the weekdays. And so this plan anticipates 15-minute service in the peak, 30-minute off-peak, 60-minute headways frequency on the weekends. It also proposes a new extension to the airport, and part of that extension is being studied by the FDOT in concert with the Sunshine Corridor, which I'll talk about in just a few minutes. And as, again, with any extension of Sunrail, that will include new rail stations for that infrastructure support for the Sunrail. Next, you have heard about these roads at Metro Plan and through other agencies. These are counties, or these are roadways throughout Orange County that you and I drive on every day, that the Lynx buses use every single day, and have some level of congestion on them. They have also had some various level of transit study done on them throughout my 20 years of experience with Lynx to determine the feasibility of moving not just vehicles through that corridor, but people through the corridor. And so these high-capacity priority transit corridors would operate at about 10-minute frequency. And the amenities, again, those would need stations, bike ped improvements, as well as amenities such as display monitors for folks, so that it is just naturally intuitive that those routes are coming at 10-minute frequency. And again, it supports Vision 2050 plan. The next proposals would be the regional express routes. These are direct connect routes between key regional activity centers, places of employment, colleges, shopping centers that would be limited stop. And it's designed to move passengers quickly throughout the region. For example, we heard a story during one of the community meetings about interns working at Disney and living over by UCF, and Monday through Saturday they do not have transportation issues, but on Sunday, because the service ends early on Sunday, they have challenges getting back to the campus area where they do live. And so these routes would use our limited access roadways, the I-4 Express, the Turnpike, and the Central Florida Expressway facilities. And again, these would operate 7 days a week at 30-minute frequency and for the majority of the day. And again, with the infrastructure improvements needed for this, there would be park and ride facilities that would be proposed for this service expansion. And again, all of these improvements require vehicles for the expanded service. Orange County's bus fleet would grow over the 20-year period by 241 buses. Currently, Lynx is at 300 buses for the three-county area that we do serve. All of the vehicles are proposed to be low or no emission, and there would be train sets that would be needed by 28 trains to accommodate the expansion of the Sunrail service and to the airport. And again, so I want to highlight some of the critical assumptions in developing this plan. This plan pulls together a variety of transit studies that have been done over many years at Lynx based on the requests that we do get. And the assumptions were made so that we could show the possibilities of what could be done with 1 cent at 20 years. And the first is that the sales tax would replace the current Orange County and City of Orlando contributions to Lynx, not only for the bus service, but for the upcoming Sunrail operating contributions that the locals will be taking on. And currently that amount is about $98 million a year. The second assumption is that, again, you would be picking up, the sales tax would pick up the Sunrail's contributions for Winter Park and Maitland, as well as the City of Orlando. The improvements for Sunrail nights and weekends is also included in this assumption. And why it's important to talk about the assumptions. The financial feasibility of a model like this relies a lot on contributions from federal funding and the Federal Transit Administration for the projects that Lynx would be proposing. For the rating process that is prescribed to get federal funds, it requires a 20-year operating commitment for local operations so that the federal government would invest in that capital infrastructure, whether it be a New Starts or a Small Starts grant. And so the next few slides, as we get into the cost, will show why that's important. So again, I shared this with you all last time, that the cost estimates have increased by about 8% since the 22 plan, and aging that to $25. And the federal and state funds are a significant part of that, and that is because you would be leveraging your local capital commitment to bring down those federal funds for this program. And the change in the estimates are for the federal funds are because some of the projects have shifted, and I will tell you what those are. Again, this is a breakdown by component of what we were looking at in 22 versus 25, and that the public-private partnership that was proposed in 22 is now the Sunshine Corridor replaced by that, and that is where those cost estimates are changed in that spreadsheet. So just a bit about how this would be implemented and when we can expect projects to begin. The bus improvements are proposed to be in 6 phases throughout the 20-year period. The corridor and rail projects are phased to maximize not only that bus feeder service, but also the potential for federal funding and phasing so that it fits within Orange County's revenue projections. And here is a scenario, because we heard at the community meetings that maybe we should start with a lower amount or shorter term or some variation of that. This chart shows what that impact would be. And using the 45% transit share that had been proposed, a half penny 10-year, a half penny 20-year. The purpose of this slide is really that bottom line effort is to show whether these scenarios would be eligible for federal funding for match for major capital investments. And this is based on not only our experience at Lynx, but throughout the nation as we move through the capital investment grant programs, new starts, small starts. And just a couple of comments on the Sunshine Corridor being studied by the DOT. This is a joint project to get Sunrail to the airport, as well as some rail alignment to the convention center and an extension towards Tampa. And the DOT is wrapping up the transit concept and alternatives review, or the TCAR study, and will be presented in the next few months. And this is what a draft timeline could look like. The DOT would wrap up their study. It would enter into a project development phase, which again is a prescribed federal funding process. And once it is approved, we could move into engineering and right-of-way acquisition phases. And then again, the commitment from the locals, both on the capital and the operating side, would trigger a full funding grant agreement, much was like done with Sunrail, and then a 2-year construction phase, and then revenue operations could begin in 2034. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Blackadar for the county projects.
Thank you, Tiffany, and good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond.
Afternoon.
Is that Mayor? Okay. Good afternoon. So we're going to move on to the county projects, and thank you, Tiffany. One of the things that she said many times is that these projects work together, even though we've shown 45, 45, 10. Both the transit projects and the roadway projects work very well together because most of the transit system is on the roadways. Most of the people that use the transit system when they get on or off the bus are bicyclists, pedestrians, and we need to make sure that we're designing for both systems together. So this is just a reminder from a slide we had last time that safety is at the center, and everything we do has a safety component, whether it's maintenance or mobility. Safety is certainly at the center of everything we're proposing. So this was in the slide last time, and this is just a reminder that when we updated the study, we looked at a shift in funding, more safety projects and fewer major roadway projects and widening projects, and we'll talk a little bit about that more later. So when we did the detailed project list, we wanted to break it down into 3 types of project lists. We had some good discussion at the meetings about different, how we identified different types of projects, and we used lots of words in meetings, and so we tried to break it down into these 3 projects, types of projects. The high injury safety projects came from the recent Vision Zero efforts that Metro Plan Orlando is doing, and these are the projects, these are the roadways and corridors and intersections that are causing the most significant injuries. So when we looked at this, we decided we wanted to address these first. So you'll see that shown out there. And then bicycle, pedestrian, and intersection safety projects are looking at all the corridors. In this case, there'd be corridors that we're not already doing widening projects for. And we would look at those to see what can we do to improve bicycle, pedestrian safety, intersection safety, and operations. So even though we're not widening, we can look at either traffic signal technology, intersection improvements, something to help capacity without widening. And then the last type of projects, are roadway widening projects. This is actually adding lanes. Now these projects are also safety projects. We're still going to try to address as many as possible, but they are actually adding lanes. And when we started to look at the different scenarios, we prioritized them in this order: the high injury safety, the bicycle pedestrian intersection, and the roadway widening. So you'll see those colors used here. So this was an overall summary of our safety projects that you've seen before. Just identify the big 2 pots of money under unfunded safety needs, are those high injury safety projects and the pedestrian, bicycle, and intersection safety projects. So there's close to $2 billion on those two. Some of the overall categories are ADA, lighting the network, and technology projects as well, which we didn't go specific detail, but those first two categories we went into specific lists on. So this is just an overview of all of the safety and mobility widening projects. You'll see those categories shown up at the top in the different colors we talked about before. We did separate out both the high injury network, safety, and intersections. So when you go into the widening mobility projects, you'll see there's two categories, bridges and widening. So we have about 2.3 billion shown in widening projects there. And then this is our maintenance. This is everything else. We didn't break this down because this is district-wide resurfacing, county-wide, all the districts, resurfacing, mowing, landscaping, all those other things that make sure that we keep up a very safe existing infrastructure. So again, we talked a little bit this last time. The 2022, 47% safety projects. And then when you go into 2024, it's 57% safety projects. So that's one of the questions we had is what has changed? And we certainly shifted more of the funding scenarios towards safety projects than just widening projects. So we're going to go through a lot of scenarios, and we're going to show projects. And I do want to say that the projects that we're going to show per district are the same, based on the same list that we presented when Administrator Brooks set up the meetings with you, the briefings, that we did provide lists to you. What we did as an exercise since the last meeting was to look at the different scenarios. And so we broke the list up in different scenarios. And this is more for a visual purpose. Certainly, depending on the outcome of today's meeting, we can provide those lists to you. And certainly, we want your feedback on what you may feel are priorities. So we're not telling you these are priorities, but more from a visual point of view to talk about list and what you would get for these different scenarios. So when we looked at a half-cent 10-year, both the half-cent 10-year and the half-cent 20-year, from a staff point of view, we suggested you really couldn't do widening projects with those if you prioritize it. So those two programs assume that we're not spending the sales tax on widening, but we would still use some of the existing funding. We certainly have a lot of private-public partnerships. We have impact fees, proportionate share, other funding sources that would continue to go towards widening, but the sales tax would be used for safety only. So we would address high injury safety projects, and then those pedestrian, bicycle, and intersection safety projects, and maintenance. So the difference between 10-year and 20 years is the amount of pedestrian, bicycle, and intersection safety projects we would be able to do. So we would do the highest priority in 10 years, then the second highest. And then when you go to the full cent, the difference is really you're adding those roadway widening projects. So under a 10-year full cent scenario, you get the first 10 years of prioritized projects, and then you get the second 20 years. So what we've done is put together a list by district, and I'm going to go through these fairly fast. The point is to kind of show you visually the amount of projects that could be done under these different scenarios. And we'll start with District 1, and here's an overall map, just something to point out that, even though you'll see a line here, that line may represent several segments, because we did break out the segments in the same way that we break out segments on our concurrency management system. So, what you see there represents a lot more projects than just the lines show. So under the 10-year scenario, you'll see here you have some high injury safety projects, and then you get to do a significant amount of pedestrian safety projects under a 10-year half cent. If you go to a 20-year half cent, you actually get a second page as well. I'm sorry, you get more on the pedestrian bicycle safety. And then when you're going to a 10-year full cent, you'll see you go into a second page, and that's where you get the roadway widening projects as well. And then the 20-year, you get all the highway injury, all the pedestrian safety, and then a significant amount of roadway widening projects. District 2, one thing to note is the list, certainly the volume of lists are different depending on how much, what kind of county roads are in the district. Happens to be that District 2 has a significant amount of roadways that are in the city of Apopka, so there are fewer projects. But under this scenario, you have the high injury network and the safety projects, pedestrian safety, under a 10-year half cent. Then if you went to a 20-year half cent, you would add a significant amount of more pedestrian, bicycle, and safety projects. And then you go into adding the widening on those 1 cent scenarios. And then the 20-year scenario has all the projects all together. District 3, when you go in to look at this, you have the same thing. You actually have a significant amount of high injury safety projects within District 3, probably one of the most. So you'll see a lot of those. And then you go into the pedestrian bicycle. The 20-year adds more pedestrian, bicycle and intersection projects. And then when you go into the 10 years and the 20-year scenario, you add the roadway widening projects in those scenarios. District 4 actually has a lot of roads in there that have the city of Orlando. So you see they have some less total roads in here. You see the combination of the 10-year half-cent and then the 20-year half-cent projects. And then when you go into the 1 cent, you get the roadway widening projects added on in that district. 5, you see the half-cent, the combination of the high injury safety, significant amount of high injury safety, pedestrian bicycle safety. Then you start adding the 20-year gets you the full list. And then when you go to the 1 cent, you get the additional roadway widening projects as well. And then finally on District 6, District 6 has a lot of projects that are high injury safety projects, the most of any district. So you start looking at the list for 10 years half cent. It actually goes on to 2 pages. And then the 20-year half cent, a full 2 pages worth of projects. And then you look at the 10-year, and you'll see that there's only a little bit of roadway widening projects in District 6 because that's kind of our most urban, dense district there. So we don't have a significant amount of roadway widening projects. So the list between the 1 cent and the half cent in District 6 are not that different because of that, the type of projects we are looking at. I know that was a lot. I apologize, but we wanted to show kind of the magnitude. So when we break up by district, one of the questions we got asked when we were going out in this, what type of improvements are we getting? So this map kind of shows that you see links on the right-hand side, you see the county on the left-hand side, and then that county-wide number represents the amount of projects we're doing that we didn't break down by district because they're roadway widening maintenance projects. But if you look at District 1, you'll see that they had the most county projects, and then you see that Districts 5 and 6 had fewer, but District 6 by far had the most transit. So it's kind of the character of the district is more transit being in the center where you have the more density, and then District 1 had more roadway projects because the sheer amount of county roadways in District 1 and the newer type of developments there as well. So we talked about this. What has changed in 2022? Certainly, we did a pretty big shift. The Vision Action Plan is in development, so as part of that, we're shifting away. When we started looking at some of the roadway projects that are what a model would project for the future, some of those are very challenging due to cost, impacts to right-of-way. So we tended to look at those and look at those are corridors where transit could be added, safety improvements, but not necessarily widening. And then we're going to talk next about an implementation plan. Last time that was just started. We did a lot more work towards the end of 2 years ago to kind of develop that implementation plan using a general engineering contract, so we'll talk about that next. So there's just a reminder again, the breakdown between the 2022 and 2025. We showed this earlier. Again, more of a balance between safety and mobility. Again, the reminder for the 2 different funding sources, whether between a 1 cent and a half cent gets you $759 million or this $379.5 million annually. So then we're going to go into municipalities, and we did receive lists from 8 of the municipalities. We had some coordination meetings with them and requested some project lists. And when you look at the breakdown here, those are the 4 scenarios. I know this is a lot too, but you see the 4 scenarios and what each city would receive under those 10 versus 20, 1 cent versus half cent. And on the right-hand side, it does designate what we received. One of the cities, Winter Park, sent us a 10-year list, but the others represent a 20-year list. And a few of the cities we did not receive anything on. As of now, we haven't gone through in detail each of the city lists, but we wanted just to represent what we had received. So that would represent the 10% scenario of where those funds would go. So I want to move into a little bit of project delivery. And one of the things just to mention, I know this came up at some of the other work sessions, are who's involved in the delivery. So typically we have a study, design, right-of-way construction, and then an operations phase of a project. And really Public Works tend to be the project managers, but there are a lot of other departments that are very critical in that process, and particularly procurement, business development, real estate management, and legal. And we want to make sure that when we're talking about project delivery and we're talking about staffing, that we include those departments as well, because certainly the staff in those departments will need to will be affected by the amount of workload that could come out of one of these sales tax scenarios. So what we did was we put together an implementation plan, and this plan is for assumes a 1 cent tax. It's very scalable, depending on what if we have a half cent, 10-year, 20-year, and also the way we did it is at the top of this chart is to look at the county staff, and the bottom of the chart would be general engineering contract staff, and that's very scalable depending on what you need. If you have a bunch of design projects, you would have more design staff. When you shift into construction or right away, you could shift the amount of staff. So it's very scalable depending on the needs. And generally, that general engineering contracts, they're not the one actually doing the plans. They could do some smaller projects, but they're the ones managing the projects, keeping up with the project schedules, reviewing plans, doing a lot of reporting, environmental compliance, and then when you get into the assisting with procurement, they can assist in creating documents, assist in doing the business development side, certainly assist in the real estate management part of it for acquisition. So you'll see that. And when we go into a little close up here, again, that county staff there, we're certainly going to need county staff to oversee the general engineering contract. But again, a majority of these staff are going to be consultants. But you would have a very robust amount of new staff dedicated to make sure you can deliver a program of this size. And links as well. We're talking about the county here. Some of these projects we would assist links on if they go to the full cent and they have like a bus rapid transit project that involves roadway improvements. We would assist on the roadway side. But links is also proposed to have their own similar general engineering contract to deliver their projects. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Brooks.
We're hitting the home stretch. We're almost there. So oversight and accountability, obviously, as you saw, was an important item of consideration in those surveys, as well as this board had established oversight and accountability as an important factor for you. What you see, you've seen before. This is the structure that was ultimately decided upon by this board in 2022 with those particular criteria. And so we had a technical committee, staff-oriented committee that represented all the jurisdictions as well as Metroplan Orlando and links to transportation entities as well. This body, the technical committee, did not have decision-making authority. It was primarily compatibility, coordination, and consistency in terms of projects. So they took the approved list and just simply determined if there was opportunity for collaboration, kind of review. That was their role. The Citizens Oversight Board clearly was the area that was of note for this board and for the community as well. This is the body that addresses the accountability, transparency from the standpoint of the citizens, and I'll go through the composition of those on the next couple of slides. But also very important to note that this is the entity that had that audit responsibility or audit opportunity in coordination with the Orange County Comptroller, the Comptroller's office as well. And then, of course, the Board of County Commissioners, by state law, you are the decision makers. That can't be delegated. You make the decisions on the projects. And then real quick, on the technical committee, this is how it's comprised. Again, each of the jurisdictions have a representative as well as the transportation agencies. Once again, purely technical, purely cooperation, collaboration, consistency. And then the Citizens Oversight Board, 11-member entity appointed by the mayor, the commissioners, as you see, as well as the jurisdictions. The city of Orlando got a representative because of the nature of their transportation funding and some of their transportation involvement. And then the other municipalities, through the Council of Mayors, the other jurisdictions would coordinate and select citizens to serve on this oversight body. And in addition to that representative, one of the mayor's representatives would be a public transportation consumer, primarily a transit-oriented consumer is what was discussed or considered as part of that. And then there were some categories, some qualifications, if you will, that that was included in the ordinance, I believe, ordinance or resolution that addressed some of the considerations for the commissioners, the mayor and commissioners, and the cities in selecting their representatives. And again, that all comes to the Board of County Commissioners, as again, to reiterate by state law, through the court case we saw in Hillsborough County, the board is the decision maker on the projects. That cannot be delegated or given to some other body. And with that, call on Whitney Evers on the legal documents.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Comptroller Diamond. I am going to give you a recap of the presentation you had a couple weeks ago, so I'm going to go through this a little more quickly this time. I'm sure that you'll be okay with that, right? I'm going to touch on the statutory framework, the legal documents that you'll need to adopt in order to pass the surtax, as well as the ballot language. As you'll recall, sections 212054 and 212055, subsection 1 of Florida statutes authorize charter counties to levy that discretionary sales surtax in an amount of up to 1% for up to a 30-year period. That levy is contingent on being approved by the voters at the next general election. In order to accomplish that, you must adopt an ordinance, and you do have to have a separate trust fund to be used exclusively for those surtax proceeds. Additionally, the statutes establish the authorized uses for which those surtax proceeds may be expended, but they may be expended in whatever combination the board deems appropriate. In terms of the ordinance, again, that will actually levy the surtax subject to approval by the voters. It will establish the rate and duration and create that trust fund that's required by the statutes. It also requires adoption of the Transportation Initiative Report by resolution. It requires interlocal agreements with any municipality or transportation authority receiving surtax proceeds, and it will call for those routine financial audits of the expenditures of the surtax proceeds. Additionally, the ordinance will actually call that referendum at the next general election, which is November 5th of this year, and it requires 2 notices of that be published, both in the 5th and the 3rd week prior to the election. The ordinance is also required to contain the ballot language. If the voters do not pass the ordinance, it will automatically be repealed without any further action by the board. Again, the resolution will need to be adopted alongside the ordinance that will adopt that Transportation Initiative Report. It approves the funding categories for the surtax proceeds. It also sets forth the general uses to be funded under each of those categories, and it creates that technical committee and the Citizen Oversight Board that you just heard Mr. Brooks mention. In terms of the ballot language, it does need to be clear and unambiguous. It needs to state the chief purpose of the measure, and it must do all of that in under 75 words. What you see on the screen is a draft of the ballot language. As you see, there are blanks there. So as you've heard this morning, what we need to hear from you, should you choose to move forward, is the rate and duration that you would like to be filled in those blanks. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Brooks for the next steps.
Thank you, Ms. Evers. All right, so as we wrap up here, let's talk about, as we engaged in this work session today, April 9th, so where are we? Where do we stand? I would say to you, it would be ideal if this board can make this decision of whether or not to put this on the ballot, referendum on the ballot later in the year, say around July or August, like many other ballot initiatives. Unfortunately, as you know, the state requirements, state statutes, or legislation that was approved a few years ago required a decision 180 days prior to the date of election. Therefore, we're in this schedule of needing a decision. The Board of County Commissioners would have to make a decision of whether or not you'll place the referendum on the ballot. On April 23rd, that gives us the best opportunity to be in a position to meet those deadlines associated with the OPAGA study, getting the ordinance, all those things that would initiate, so we can make the 180 days prior to the election date. So, as part of this conversation, you've heard references to what's changed, how is it different. You all have asked that question in many of the discussions thus far. And so while this is not all-inclusive or holistic, we certainly wanted to note a few of the items that we believe have some significance. Obviously, one is the notion here that came up about have we used our existing resources? Have we looked at how we could maximize use of our existing resources? And one of the actions and the steps this board approved last year was the Accelerated Safety Transportation Program. That was a $100 million investment this board made into addressing some safety projects and some transit needs in this community, and that was cobbled together from existing resources. An action from a few years ago was this board increased the impact fees so that developers paid a higher share, more representative share of the cost for their projects. The next item I'll note, the providing ongoing educational opportunities on the plan. What is that? So as you all recall, in 2022, after the April vote by the Board of County Commissioners, the level of engagement, community engagement from the county staff was curtailed. We wanted to be sure that we did not run afoul of the legislation, which also was enhanced. It used to simply state that you couldn't use dollars, which we understand. Couldn't you use your county, your government proceeds to run a campaign or advocate for commissions individually could, but we couldn't use those dollars. We wanted to be clear, stay clear of that, and so that is extended beyond we did not continue with any educational sessions, any of the community meetings, any of those things of that nature. We have conferred with our county attorney's office to be sure, again, we do not want to run afoul of that. What can we do? And so under this scenario, we would continue to engage in educational sessions throughout the duration, all the way through November. We would be more than willing. We would certainly be available for any presentations to homeowner associations, community groups, industry groups. We can educate, we can put information out. And so that would be part of the plan this time around, that our efforts would not cease after the April vote, but continue to engage, have this level of engagement that we've had thus far. We have sought the commissioners' feedback on the projects. And continue to want your feedback on the lists that you have in front of you. So this, what you've seen, and we provide those lists. We've made those changes on the feedback you've given us thus far. The defined project list, as you saw in the presentation, that also addresses the comment that came up in the past in 2022. There was a very thick document that contained all the projects, and it was concluded in the resolution with the ordinance as well. But anything and everything that we can do to ensure that that's known, there's more awareness, and although it was quick, sharing that in different formats, and that's also we're trying to work on how best to share this information. One of those tools that we want to take full advantage of is the interactive website, that tool that came out late in the process last time around. It is up, it is ready, we can load that, and we would promote that. We would make sure that that is available so that citizens can actually go to their address, click on it, and find out what projects are in their neighborhood or affect them or their commute to work. And so that tool would be made readily available. The delivery structure, Brett just covered that. That's one of those areas that it was in place. We knew we had an approach last time, but we fleshed that out in even more detail so that you had a better sense of what the structure would be so that we could deliver on these projects. And then this board, as you are doing, are considering a different rate, be it 1 cent versus half cent, or different years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years as well. And so to summarize, what was presented today was a very full presentation. I just wanted to go through some of those items. Obviously, on the community engagement, those have been occurring in each of the districts. Each of you have hosted those. There are surveys. You heard the results of the surveys to date. The economic impact analysis certainly showed, I don't think it was a surprise to anyone, but those who are more transit dependent. We know that they exist in our community, and they certainly rely and need, and you heard their stories. This is an approach that attempts to address by increasing those needs, transit needs, by increasing frequency and adding more routes. There's investment, but it also, that economic analysis showed us that transportation infrastructure, that investment creates jobs and has a positive economic impact on this community. The needs continue to grow. Those needs that you saw that were presented from links from the county and from the municipalities total over approximately $22 billion. The allocation, now I'll mention this because we haven't had much, this board has not had a whole lot of conversation on the sharing of the proceeds allocation. The assumption that we've been used from 2022 as well was a balanced approach. It put transit on equal footing with other transportation projects. So you saw 45%, this model has been based on 45% of the proceeds allocated to transit, 45% to county transportation projects, and 10% to be shared among the cities. And as Brett noted, even among that 45% for county transportation projects, the hierarchy changed. It really reflected more towards safety improvements and high incident areas as well as you have heard a desire need for road widening as well, for addressing congestion. So that's part of that, but it's not the totality of it. And with respect to the percentage from allocated towards the cities, obviously, I'm sure the cities would say they like more. You've heard from one mayor, Mayor Nelson came in from Apopka. To date, we did not receive anything formal or further discussion from the cities, so we don't have an actual proposal from the cities with respect to that. I know there's been some comments, some thoughts about that, and but again, I wanted to just point out because to date, that's where we've been. And I just want to note on this, this is the Charter County Regional Transportation System surtax, which is different from the infrastructure sales tax. Some of you have commented, there have been comments about Seminole County. They have the infrastructure sales tax, which means it can be used for capital projects only. Not just transportation, but used for other projects, but capital only. The Charter County Regional Transportation System surtax was selected because it could be used for O&M as well, which is so important for transit. It can only be used for transportation, though. It cannot be used for anything other than transportation, but the O&M component is what makes this really viable for transit. You can buy a bus with capital, but you can't operate it, and the services, and that's an important component of this. And then, speaking of that transit, again, as you saw and as you've heard about the desire, this plan under the 20-year proposal added 241 vehicles, buses on the road. That's almost, not quite doubling, but as Tiffany Hawkins stated, there are about 300 buses in the Orange County fleet. So this is a very substantial investment in transit in this, as well as paratransit, which is so important, and it increases that frequency. She talked about flipping it on its head once again, going from 50% of your service being 1 hour or more to 50% of your service being 15 minutes or less. That's significant. The Sunshine Corridor is included in the plan under the, but as Tiffany noted, there are some significant concerns associated with duration, that we have to have a great understanding, a significant understanding of how duration may affect our ability to compete for the federal, going through the federal process, since a 20-year commitment is needed to be able to show that, and there's a date, that time frame, that this becomes would become an actionable item. And as I noted, this plan does reflect input from commissioners and the public. And oftentimes we've heard how does this reflect? And so you heard the citizens talk about transit, you heard them talk about bike and ped safety, you heard them talk about roads congestion as well. And every one of those areas are hit, are touched, or we could check off. All of these are included, are covered, are addressed in the plan. Few of the citizens identified specific projects, and when they did, in most cases, I believe those projects were reflected in the plan as well. But mostly it was on a broader standpoint, in that these projects reflect a lot of that input, what you've heard on other bases, the Vision Zero effort as well. We showed that breakdown. I know it was a lot. But to help the board in the decision that you have before you in terms of duration and rate, we want to give you a clear indication of what could be done within that scenario. What was likely that could be accommodated within a half penny 10-year duration all the way up to a full penny 20 years, so that you fully can understand and see the implications of that decision on duration and rate. Again, we've talked about organizational structure, and the citizen accountability, as noted, it is included. It is an important step. We understand that. We've heard it from the citizens, heard it from you, and that is certainly baked into this, as well as the point of a separate trust fund must be established. So these dollars can't be commingled. They can't be in any place that someone can say, oh, how can you account for it? But the funds have to be, from a sales tax proceed, the revenue has to be established in a separate trust fund specific for the purposes associated with the projects. Again, we continue to listen to the feedback, desire the feedback, and our intent would be to continue community education and engagement beyond April 23rd, 2024. And to close out here, as noted, the next community meeting is in District 2. And today, the rate and duration of tax needs to be decided. Now, we'll just note that the board can leave itself the maximum flexibility. In other words, if you were to, because you can't go lower if you advertise a rate and duration, when you come back on the 23rd, if you choose to, which is the decision, if you choose to advance to the public hearing, we have to advertise the ordinance. If we advertise the ordinance, we have to put the rate and duration in. And again, you can't go higher than what you advertise, but you can go lower. So if you advertise at 1% full penny and 20 years, 30 years, whatever that may be, you can go lower when you ultimately make the decision on the 23rd, but you can't do the converse. If you advertise at 10 years and 1/2 penny on the 23rd, you can't go higher, if that makes sense. And on the 23rd will be the public hearing, which would consider the ordinance, the ballot language, and the resolution. And with that, Mayor, Commissioners, we conclude the staff presentation, and we have this group ready for any questions you may have, and we await your direction.
Okay, so in the interest of time, let me just check something. If we, this is a question for the county attorney, if we break now and come back at 2:15 to start the afternoon session, in order to give a greater period of time, we've been here quite some time, I think we need to take care of the human needs, and maybe we can either start the afternoon session with this or move it to the end of the afternoon.
Whatever your pleasure is, excuse me, whatever your pleasure is, Mayor, in terms of when you started, you can.
Okay. All right. So with the board, we take this break, you grab something quickly, we come back at 2:15, we can pick it up right afterwards.
I just question, can we get a temperature? Like, does this need to come back? Like, do we have the support? I mean, they've presented to us multiple times.
I have so many questions. I have questions.
Okay.
Sorry. And we don't want hungry commissioners making decisions. It's just not a good.
Okay. All right. So then we'll come back as close to 2:15 as we can, and we'll take it up. Okay. All right.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, testing, testing, testing. Can you hear it? Check, 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 check. Testing 1, 2. Test it. Mm-hmm. It should be number 5. Hold on, let me go grab the iPad. Check. Mayor's seat, mayor's position. 1, 2. I have the master fader down. Say what? Yeah, I got my master. Can you hear me, Ken? Okay, there we go. I have my master down in the room, so nothing's coming out of the room right now. Check, check, check. You good? Are you able to control it? All right, go back to the you know where do you know where I showed you where to click the bus one? Yeah, go back to master left and right and turn the master fader up. And let me make sure you're not changing nothing in the room. Yeah, bring it up. I should be hearing it. Mm-hmm. It should be right above. There we go. Okay. Now go back to the control room bus and make a change. Check, check, check. Turn it all the way down. Testing, testing, testing. All right. Good. I'm still in the room. Okay. Yeah, you. Okay. Yeah, I'm still in the room, so you're good. All righty. Okay.
Okay, we're now in the afternoon portion of the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of April 9th, 2024. We had an item that ran a little long this morning, and that is regarding our transportation sales tax initiative. So we're going to start with that before we get into the formal afternoon agenda items. And with that, we do have Mr. Brooks, the county administrator, back at the podium. Before we went in, we had a number of commissioners who had expressed a desire to speak. I'm going to call on those commissioners in the order in which we had received their request prior to breaking for recess. And we'll start with Commissioner Bonilla. Then I had Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. And so we'll see who has joined us by the time we get to that point. But we'll start with Commissioner Bonilla.
All right, so I move to, no, I'm just kidding. So I have several questions. My first one is based on some of the last statements that were made, because I didn't realize this from beforehand, or I didn't know this at all, that we could only use the sales tax for buying buses, but not for the operations. Is that what you said?
Just the opposite. I was saying the charter county sales tax, the one that had been advanced, is the one that allows you to use it for operations. The infrastructure sales tax, I reference that because in some of the conversations, folks have made comment about Seminole County or some others.
Okay.
They have the infrastructure sales tax, which can only be used for capital and not O&M. So there was a conscious decision made back in Mayor in 2022 advanced. That was why he chose the charter county transit sales tax for consideration.
Okay, so we can use it for buying buses and operations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I'm glad I got that cleared. Yeah, because the way you said it was so confusing. I thought it was the opposite. So, okay, I'm glad I cleared that up. So also on the widening of these roads, there's some widening projects. So if we spend this tax on capacity building, then that'll result in lowering impact fees. Because we have to
There will have to be a study, as you know, there will have to be a study because by law you have to account for all different sources for that go towards transportation projects, road projects. And the result of that study will determine if any adjustment, any changes would need to be made to impact fees.
Okay. Because I know in your list of items that, how is it different, one of them was increased impact fees. However, if this passes, we may have to actually lower impact fees.
Well, had you not increased them and it passed, you would have lowered it even further. You may possibly, so the fact that you are starting from a higher base, if that study comes back that supports some adjustments, because you have to, again, by law, you have to give that credit, you still are far and away above where you would have been if you had the board not addressed this issue back, I think it was 2021, I believe.
Okay. And so by having to lower impact fees, if we're going to spend this money on capacity building, then we're shifting the cost from the developers to the taxpayers.
So with respect to the impact fees, understanding that that is applied towards growth, to new roads. We've identified these roads. These roads that have been identified are the projects that would be done from the revenue sources generated by the sales tax. We wouldn't shift money towards that. We would complete these projects. These are the projects that have been identified.
And so you're saying these projects that were identified are, can you say it again so I can make sure I understand?
So the sales tax, there's a list. The
Yes,
project
we
list
got the list.
The project list has to be.
This one you're referring to?
The project
These?
list. So there's the project list would accompany the I think the ordinance to the resolution. I believe it'll be in the resolution, the project list. And so the sales tax would be used towards those projects that have been identified. To the extent there are new development that generates impact fees, regardless of whatever that rate is, it typically is applied towards roads that are identified that have been impacted by that new development and growth roads as well. So the distinction I'm trying to make is you'll have that list. Whatever list is ultimately approved by the board, if that's the list, or we have some modifications to it, those are the projects that would be funded through the sales tax.
Okay, so these projects for road widenings, at least in my district, they are projects that are only needed if the densities and intensities in the area are increased more than they are today. Or more, that's what's actually, I'll rephrase that, more than what's entitled today.
So you're saying there's no congestion on those roads right now? There's no needs?
No, actually there isn't.
Okay. And you don't, so those aren't projects that aren't needed or projected to be needed based upon our growth. So, yeah, they are growth assumptions.
I guess that brings to the point, too. One of the other items you listed on that, what is different now, is that you worked with commissioners' feedback on projects. I really apologize if you've given me this list beforehand and I have not provided feedback, but, you know, this is my first time actually seeing this list of road widening roads. So again, you gave this to us before, because so I apologize for that, but
say what list is that
I've
list?
Not provided feedback on this yet.
Yes, when we did the individuals briefings, yes. But
Yeah, I don't remember going over road widenings, though. We talked about the safety ones.
Well, we gave the whole list. I think what the challenge may have been, I think yours was a virtual. We could only do yours virtual, and so so that we don't know what you may have had in front of you at the time.
Okay. So, but yeah, these projects are, like these road widening ones are only required if it increases beyond what the entitlements are today. That brings me to the next point with Vision 2050, because with Vision 2050, I'm wondering, so all these projects that you have the project list, right? Is this taking into consideration the increase of densities and intensities in Vision 2050? Or is this just based on today?
It does take into consideration 2050, so there was a model that was done for Vision 2050. There was a model that was done to look at the 20-year projection, so we compared the two. And there were some projects that the model showed needed to be widened, but just weren't practical for various reasons. They were, projects that, the 2-lane road, so 4 lanes road would be very impactful. So as staff, we looked at those and made decisions, but it does take into account that growth for the most part as 2050, but it's a 20-year plan, so it's 2045 versus 2050, so we kind of had to make some assumptions, but we did look at that. So this plan does try its best to accommodate the growth that you would see under that scenario. Okay. So I have a question about the Sunrail corridor too, that I know who's pushing for this is Universal Studios and iDrive corridor. Would it be possible to fund that corridor with an MSBU that they pay for out of their properties? Since they're the ones who are they're the ones wanting it, and so I know that, because I've asked Byron Brooks before if we could use MSBUs for public transit in certain areas, if it's benefiting that area. He said, yes, that is an option. So with the Sunshine Corridor, since Universal Studios wants it and iDrive wants it, the business is there, why can't we do an MSBU where they pay for that corridor then?
So an MSBU, there has to be a direct correlation. That's the comptroller is actually an area of expertise on the MSBUs, and actually so you'd have to define that area to be able to show the direct benefit. You have some parties that are already committed to put contributions in as well. So I'm not sure how that would be. I think what we've heard and what has been offered or certainly suggested in terms of private contributions is fairly significant, and it is another means in which they are contributing. There will be private contributions. Now, if you wanted to have in a certain area, say a circulator running, because that you can draw more.
Like a neighborhood link.
More,
like if you want to do a neighborhood link in the area, then you can do MSBU
if those
for that
property
area.
owners, and it's clear, you can have a real defined area, geographic boundary, show that cost and benefit to that resident or the business owners in that area. Perhaps an MSBU, TU, I'm getting a little bit outside of my area here, could be fashioned, could be crafted for that defined area of benefit. Comptroller, of that.
I think that's right. I think there's probably a variety of ways you could do it, whether it would be an MSTU or MSBU, or there's other mechanisms for property owners to contribute to projects. I think of the South Orange Avenue Neighborhood Improvement District. I think the answer is yes. I agree. I think it would be possible to do it, depending on the numbers. That's the second half, but it seems like there are legal mechanisms.
I do want to jump in here because one of the things that Commissioner Bonilla said is that the property owners or Universal, they're the ones that want this. They want it.
I know other people want it too.
Other people
That's where
want
you're
it
gonna go
as
with
well. I think this is something that, from my perspective, is about benefiting the workers, not only those who work at the airport, who come in from surrounding areas to go to work at the airport, who go to work on International Drive, who come from other areas. This is about more than just to the benefit of Universal. Now, Universal, through the Sunshine Corridor plan, has pledged to make some contribution and to guarantee some dollars towards O&M. But I don't want anyone to think that this is something that will only benefit just the people who have property on International Drive or thereabouts, but it benefits the entire county.
Okay, that's a little bit diverted from what my question was.
No, that was what you inferred.
They are benefiting from it.
You made the statement that it benefits Universal.
It does.
And my point here is that no, it may benefit Universal, but it benefits the entire county.
But it's the people who are on that corridor who will be most likely to use it.
Well, and they have made a commitment to financially contribute if the Sunshine Corridor becomes a viable option. But the total cost of that is beyond what they were bringing to the table.
Yeah. So I would definitely like to see a study on what that would look like if we had a certain radius from that corridor.
That would be pretty extensive here. Not only if this is something that is real of interest to the board, that we would actually go through that type of effort. And if it's for the Universal, I kind of go back is you have an offer on that already has been proffered by a major party in terms of their contributions towards Sunshine Corridor.
Okay, so what I'm doing is looking at our options, trying to get an idea of what our options are.
And an MSBU.
I'm not saying to dedicate anything right now to another idea, but I would like to know what the options are. So I'm going to move on to my next one, because also Winter Park and Maitland, they have stations. And so in their agreements with the Sunrail, it's showing that if there's a sales tax, then they won't pay into their share anymore, that would come out of the sale tax.
Correct.
So my other question is, well, why can't Winter Park and Maitland, I mean, right now they're paying their share, so they could collect that however they want to pay it. But, again, they could probably also do on their own MSBU, MSTU to be able to pay for their share of the Sunrail. So there's that. So Vision 2050, so when I was asking staff, I was wondering how much will it cost for the impact of Vision 2050? Because, I was very supportive of Vision 2050, but I did not realize that it was going to include a total rezoning of all of Orange County automatically overnight. And so if that happens, when I learned that, I asked, well, the way we get proportionate share for their impact in the roads is by roadway agreements, which happen when they apply for a change. So I don't know where that takes away all of our negotiating ability. And so when I asked the question, I got an answer that they're working on trying to find an answer for that, like how they would be able to make that work. But at the moment, there's no answer to how we're going to be able to collect proportionate share for all those sweeping changes across the whole county. And so at this moment, we don't know how we're going to collect that proportionate share, which is very important to them breaking the roads, and whatever roads they break, they have to pay the proportionate share for. But if we already give them the rezoning in advance without them even asking for it, then how are we going to collect that proportionate share? So then...
It doesn't, Commissioner, it really doesn't work quite that way, the way you're describing it, the rezoning, the development plan. It doesn't work quite that way. But what I would really go to is we're going to have a full discussion, in fact, later today to start those work sessions on Vision 2050 and Orange Code. I think that's a whole separate matter, distinguished, separate from the matter before the board today at this point in time. Yeah,
and that really concerns me that, we have a couple of different things going on, and, I'll have to find that email where I got the email where it's saying that, you guys are working on it. But, this is affecting each other, because if we're not going to be able to collect proportionate share with all this sweeping rezoning across the whole county, then
it doesn't, no.
Is it then shifting from the developers to the taxpayers?
First off, in terms of the proportionate share, really what you're talking about is concurrency, and the county's concurrency process would not be changed, or is not proposed to be changed, as part of Vision 2050. And so concurrency also occurs typically no later than vertical permitting. So the fact that whether a project has comprehensive plan or zoning, they would still be picked up through a concurrency traffic review no later than permitting, unless they're otherwise exempt from concurrency.
Okay, and so do we know what those costs are? Do we know the cost of the impact? Because I also asked, because we're supposed to have a fiscal sustainability analysis tool by 2016, which we don't have, and then we have Vision 2050, which is upsizing, upgrading. Sure. Like everybody with densities and intensities, but we don't know what that's going to cost the county because we never did a fiscal analysis. So what is it going to cost us in the roads deficiency? What's that going to add? Do we know that cost?
So one of the things I will mention with Vision 2050, it's planning for the 2050 horizon and accommodating almost 500,000 more people that are going to move into Orange County in 2050 than who live here today. Vision 2050 really is about reorienting the growth and where the growth and how the growth occurs. We're still going to get 500,000 people. Vision 2050 doesn't allow, or it's not going to prompt more people to move into our region. These are people that are coming here anyway. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to be more efficient with Vision 2050 to direct that growth to the infill areas, to the targeted areas, where, in theory, there's fewer roads, existing road capacity and or existing transit infrastructure that can otherwise be expanded to support that investment, as opposed to growing out, which would require new roads and additional widening projects. So all of the 500,000 people are coming, and they'll be here in 2050. It's just a question of, again, Vision 2050 is looking to orient that growth differently than the way our current plan is trying to provide and plan for it.
Well, and I'm going to say this, and I don't agree with what I'm about to say, and I don't disagree with you. But I'm going to give you another way to look at this. You say these people are coming anyway. Well, if we keep our zoning the way it is now, and they build out the way the zoning is now, even if we adjust, a little bit within our current comprehensive plan, there's not going to be enough units
for all those people who you say are going to come. So they're not going to be able to come here. They're going to have to go someplace else. And like I said, preface this with, I don't agree with what I'm about to say. Thank you. And, I don't disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's not 100% factual either. Like, just,
So, Commissioner, again,
I do believe that we should build, and prepare for it.
So we are, the last item of today is our Vision 2050 work session, where we're trying to bring in a series of policy issues that we still want to make sure the board's comfortable with before we present to you a final plan and zoning code for adoption. Transportation is actually one of those topics on June 4th that we'll be doing a little bit deeper dive into in terms of how Vision 2050 and an updated long-range transportation plan for the county ultimately relate to each other. And so that topic is scheduled for an upcoming work session.
Okay, but the problem is, though, that we do not have – no, that's all I had. The problem is that we do not have I don't see the plan. So when I asked staff about this, and they said, here's my notes, that, and I quote, Vision 2050 will break Orange County, end quote, because our roads, they're not able to handle the increased density and intensities without a robust mass transit system. But the problem is that we don't have any plans for robust mass transit system, and the developers aren't paying for that. So I don't understand how. So it's like either the taxpayers are going to be in a situation where we're bumper to bumper traffic and we can't move, or taxes are going to increase in order to provide this robust mass transit system that actually may not even be feasible to build. So the reason why I'm bringing up Vision, because it is related to the sales tax, because, these projects right here that I showed, they're not even needed unless you're going to increase intensities and densities out in the rural area. So I don't even know why those projects were even added there. I would prefer that to go to mass transit. And the way I'm just... the economic impact analysis that was shown was $2.2 billion in GDP, but we have such an issue with traffic, especially around UCF and the military installation there, that we're at risk at losing that. And that's a $9 billion GDP economic direct impact to Orange County. It's in the top 3 contributors to our economy here. But if we continue the way we are with our development issues, we're going to, according to staff, break Orange County. And I'm at a point where it's just so many problems and issues that we need to fix. And I can't trust the county on a sales tax when we're making bad development decisions that's going to break Orange County. Like, we really need to, and I will be so supportive of this in 2026 and work with all of you trying to get there, but we need to fix some things along the way before we could get this on the ballot, because we are going to need funding, but we have so many issues right now that we need to fix before we get there. So, more close issue I have is, the closest issue is just putting this on the ballot with the school tax, and then having them both fail is a huge concern of mine as well. But if we could fix these issues and have time to fix it, I will be fully supportive of it in 2026. If we could fix these issues.